This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily News Center. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson. Wyoming Republican Party State Central Committee met Monday, running late into the evening. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that they made the controversial move to endorse candidates for statewide and federal offices.
Technically, under state law, the major parties aren't allowed to financially back one candidate over another in the primary election. And so they passed a bylaw here back in April, flouting the state law, saying we will endorse whom we will endorse. In the meantime, their state central committee meeting Monday evening unfolded, and they chose to endorse Brent Bien for governor, Harriet Hageman for U.S. Senate, and Chuck Gray for U.S. House.
Delegate Richard George expressed disagreement with the process, saying, quote, "If there's anybody in this state that needs to vet the candidates, it's the people. The people are going to do a fine job at it." Two tourists got dangerously and illegally close to Grand Prismatic Spring on Sunday in Yellowstone. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Montana resident Tanya Saracen, who filmed them taking selfies right next to the scalding water, said she was so furious she had tears in her eyes.
It's just over a year ago that we witnessed a bison fall into the pool and essentially get poached to death. So it's something to take seriously as an entity, but that wasn't enough to deter two unknown women from strolling straight out there. They were seen walking along the edge of the pool, taking selfies, and really not considering the damage that they were doing with every step.
Several people have been seriously injured or killed after getting too close to Yellowstone's thermal features. One would think a high risk of death might be enough to dissuade tourists from tempting their luck. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Rock Springs man accused of holding his girlfriend captive for days while torturing her has pled not guilty. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that court records allege he warned her, quote, "I will murder your cat, I will murder your family if you get the cops involved."
24-year-old Jake Canastrini pled not guilty on Thursday to holding his ex-girlfriend captive for several days in Rock Springs, beginning on May 30th until she escaped on June 2nd. Currently, Canastrini is being held at the Sweetwater County Detention Center. A jury trial has been scheduled for November. According to investigators, Canastrini held her down. He would often yank her by the hair, according to allegations. He strangled her multiple times and threatened to kill her. While this was ongoing, Canastrini didn't sleep much. So when he finally fell asleep on June 2nd, she was able to run and go get help.
Under Wyoming law, kidnapping is punishable by 20 years to life in prison if the victim is not voluntarily released substantially unharmed in a safe place before trial. Representative Daniel Seen is an incumbent Republican from Cheyenne and was once a member of the Freedom Caucus. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that he says he's changed since identifying as a pro-choice progressive atheist in a recently surfaced 2021 podcast interview, saying, quote, "People change their minds."
That features Singh talking to a former friend and podcaster, describing himself as a progressive, as extremely pro-choice, as wanting to legalize hard drugs. He described himself as a stoic and an atheist. And that's contrary to Singh's current presentation of himself, frequently quoting scripture on Facebook and voting for pro-life bills every single year, as well as other hot-button Republican conservative topics. I asked him, I said, what is the story with this contrast? And he said that he has changed. His friend and podcaster doubted that, casting him as an opportunist.
Singh first won the GOP nomination for House District 61 won on August 16th, 2022 over 2 other candidates. He went on to win the general election and was sworn into office early in 2023. He started identifying as a member of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus during his freshman term. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There is a road laid out for me.
Boxes everywhere. And this is gonna be Addie's room.
I am blind,
You really gonna like it?
I hope so, yeah. I know this road is there for me. There is a long way.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
Waist down by the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
I got this.
I know this road is there for me.
Okay.
If I'm really free, take me down to the river and wash me.
Cowboy State Daily Show for a Tuesday. And here's the lineup. Dr. Sonal Patel will be on to talk a little bit about the 4th trimester. I know you thought there were only 3, right? New mothers, postpartum care, and how your baby, your newborn, might be affected by time change. Not time travel, like, moving the hour up and back, daylight savings, that kind of thing. Stacy Koester, we're going to have to go right to the Zoom room to check this out. Jen Coker is here. Is it Stacy Koester?
You got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stacy's going to be on. Can't wait to talk with her. She's took it upon herself, basically, to start up an outfit, WyoFinds. Is that the name of it?
WyoFind, yes.
WyoFind. I think, I'll save it for Stacy, but I think her persistence in this case with the triple homicide dude, she didn't give up, like pestering at him, working his conscience, maybe, I don't know, but she didn't quit, and he finally admitted and pointed to where bodies might be. It's fascinating. What a story. We'll get to that in a minute with Jen. Mark Jones is here, a gun activist, Second Amendment activist. Senator Bo Biteman will be with us. Senator Chris Rothfuss will drop in. And April Jo Jones, specializing in cleaning up homes that have gone way too far. Maybe like mine. I should get her. Mine is, it's not quite hoarder level, but it's bad.
I'm not surprised to hear that, Jake, only because you had a rotary telephone.
Oh, yeah. It took a while to find it. Let me write your name down here. Jen Coker. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not horrible, but it will need a professional cleaning when we finally move out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe April Jo. So
I can team up with her. I'm not sentimental, so I just toss stuff left and right.
Oh, I don't think it's too much. Well, it is like knick-knack. Why is my Zoom frozen? This day is going to start annoyingly because there was a fly pestering me for the last 2 hours. And now my camera is frozen. And usually when that happens, it goes on all day, all morning. Okay. Oh, Jen, I thought you were off on this Tuesday, but it was last Tuesday.
Yes.
So
I was in Rawlins last Tuesday.
Oh, I haven't talked to you in a while. What happened in Rawlins? Were you on assignment?
Yeah, I was digging around. I took Janet Franson with me. She's a retired homicide detective, and she was looking into those Rollins rodeo murders from 1974. And she's been digging in for the past 25 years. So we went over there, just talked to people, met with police, and they were eager. She turned over everything she had. They were eager to receive it, and the meetings went extremely well, and they're investigating.
Okay. Maybe something comes of that. Jen Coker from Cowboy State Daily. And the story, I mean, that big story. Zach Sontag and you, Sontag and Coker tag teamed it. And that was pretty interesting. Did you know this story was coming up? Because I don't remember you talking about it. Maybe you did.
I did know it was coming up, and I couldn't talk about it. It was top secret.
Oh, because you didn't want to scare away Uden, maybe.
No, Uden he's been confessing. He's been talking to Stacy, and I've read some of those letters, and he, was like, if you're going to search here. So I think he wants to get right with God finally. And so I think he, and we can talk, I'll let Stacy talk about these letters and her passion, but she just knew and knows how to talk to this guy in a way that really connects with him.
Oh, man.
Unlike me, I offend the serial killers I attempt to befriend.
No, do you really mean that? Do you think you just don't have that right approach?
I don't have the right approach. I come at it as like a journalist. I can't lose that voice. I'm getting a little better, maybe, but Stacy's just like, blah, 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 talking about her life. And she just connects with them. And I was like, how do you know to write like that? But I knew these letters were here. And in fact, as soon as she got them, she shared them with law enforcement. And they knew. And we knew this search was in the works, but I was sworn to secrecy.
Okay.
And the idea is, for a lot of reasons, we don't want people... they were searching all week, and we didn't say a word. Of course, Zach was there on site. He went because I couldn't be there. I had a commitment in Rollins that I couldn't cancel, but I am so glad that Zach went because he's just a narrative guy.
Yeah. I like the way, Zach, he paints things a certain way. Like, for instance, the way Zach started the story, he's like, it had a snowball's chance. There was no way. You got to find a needle in a haystack. You got to find a barrel in Fremont Lake.
I know. I know. And I got a call this week, and as soon as they found it, and I was, we don't know what it is yet.
Yeah.
But I was just blown away. Absolutely blown away.
So, a lot of this discussion, I do want to aim at Stacy. I want to learn how she did it and how she can do it with Dale Wayne Eaton, another guy who's not talking. Maybe she can open him up.
I've asked. I can't get anywhere with him.
Okay. Also, regarding where he said to look, I'm a little confused in the story. Maybe I didn't read it right. This Uden has confessed before, pointed out a place where he thinks he dumped the barrel. He could be mistaken. They never found anything. And now he's got was it a new place? And did he remember better? Do you think he was lying before? Do you think they just got lucky this time?
I can't speak to that because I obviously have no idea, but I will tell you that Stacy thought brilliantly to include a map of the lake. And she asked him to mark on the map where he put the boat in and where he thinks he went. So he was using that map, and it was in a different area of the lake where he initially told searchers to look. So basically it was from my understanding, it was on the other side of the lake. And when you're searching, you want a designated area to the extent that it's as tight as possible.
Yeah, that lake's huge.
Huge, but they weren't out there very long. And I think Zach told me they were, it was just they went out in the morning and found it early afternoon.
Can you imagine being in the boat and hearing the dude say, "I think we got something here"?
I know. I know. And there was, you have to understand too, there was such discussion about whether to do this search. These resources are not small. They came from Canada and the UK, these drone teams.
Yeah.
And they're all doing it on volunteer. And I don't know how Bill works out. Bill of OSAR, who spearheaded the whole operation. I don't know how he works out payment or if they all came on their own dime. But these search and rescuers are just selfless. But anyway, so there's a lot of resources at stake. And Stacy convinced Bill. She said, I think this is accurate. Another part of this is Jared Uden also is a painter now. So he sent a painting, and Stacy and I were looking at the painting, and because we were told by the people who know this stuff that the stories are in the paintings, the truth is in the paintings. And we saw there was a little figure of a boy on, well, what appeared to be a boy. And fear not, Jake, I'm working on a story with Stacy about the communication right now. So we'll share with readers how this all took place. But there was enough convincing. He had her convinced, and they formed a rapport that, you can only, that's hard to do over letters.
Yeah. And maybe, I don't know, Jen, your journalism, I mean, what you do for a living is to ask pointed questions that don't allow for a yes or no. I mean, that's what journalists do. You ask the W's, the what, where, when, and it can come off as accusatory. It can come off as, when you're in that room with the two-way window mirror and and maybe for Stacy, who, we'll let Stacy tell her story, but she has personal life trauma from here to here. Like, she's lived it, so maybe she connects that way. Like, she brings that experience.
Yeah, I think you're right. And she just is personable, because I was just like, you're the Svengali of these murder letters, because I simply can't, I don't have that tone that she has. And it's both firm, because at first he tried to deny it, and she's like, okay, if you're going to lie to me, blah, blah, blah. And she did her research, right? She went into this knowing the facts. So if he tried to refute them, she knew what he had previously said. So she called him on it, and he folded immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, I'll let her speak to those letters, but I will say this about Stacy. I have known her for about 4.5 years at this point. I met her searching for Irene Gakwa here in Gillette.
Yeah.
She called me out. I showed up to get some quotes. It was a Saturday. I wanted to get some quotes, go home, write the story, go enjoy my day. I got there, and she's like, are you going to come search with us? And I'm like, oh, I guess so. So she is direct. I have never seen anybody work as hard as her. Remember, she has a full-time job. She's a mom.
Yeah.
She's got grandchildren. She just does not stop. She does not stop.
Yeah. She's one of those people that she's an influencer, not necessarily on Insta or social. She influences people she meets.
She lives and breathes this stuff. I've worked with her quite a bit, and when we'll team up, I try to get these stories out, and so she always has the backstory. But she'll talk to these families, and they'll call her. She'll be on the phone with them for 4 hours.
Yeah.
At night, not think twice about it. She lives and breathes this stuff, and you're right. She's an influencer who doesn't want the influence. She just wants to, we talk about motivation, and I can honestly say she's all in for the families and for, in this case, it was the boys that got her, the boys on the bottom of that lake.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, her and Dosey, her and Bill Dosey they just won't quit on their own time and money. Just pursue till the end, and they make what a team. She works people, and Dosey works the ground, scours the earth, and together they're going to find the end.
Yeah, he doesn't sleep. I spoke to him at the end of the search, and he was telling me, we had a storm blow in. Well, when a storm blows in, you have a drone on the bottom. It takes an hour to get the drone up. They're battling waves, thunder, lightning. And he was just like, he's nonplussed. You need to get him back on, him and Eric.
Yeah.
They don't get, they're cheerful. They don't get tired visibly.
Wow. Flipping through the photos of this search on Fremont Lake, all taken by Zach, who was there. So catching up with the story, obviously, byline Zach Sontag, Jen Coker, it's barrel found, killer. This happened in 1980, long gone case. The killer, Uden, is serving time for it, and he's been wishy-washy about whether he did it or not. Finally, he's, confessing he did, and has more than once pointed authorities to where the bodies of the two kids and the wife might be. And this time he might be right. He might be recollecting better. Maybe the tech was better, the sonar. But yes, they came across a barrel. That's all we know. We'll wait and see.
Right. And that's one thing that can't be understated. The technology is so much better than it was 13 years ago.
Yeah.
When they last searched. And these guys, from my understanding, the team from UK and Canada brought in groundbreaking sonar. So, and I don't know anything about it, but other than it was supposedly top-notch new stuff.
Maybe that's one way to get it on the cheap or for free, gratis, they haven't tested this yet. They would love a real life test of the tech. And it does. You can see, I'm sharing a photo, you can see a barrel pretty clearly in water this is almost 400 feet deep. It's dark down there. And
that's what Zach was saying.
Yeah.
To be in that boat, I just can only imagine what that moment was when that barrel showed up.
Isn't it crazy to think when we're talking about a barrel in Fremont Lake, we're normally talking about Bob, the barrel that they put in the winter on the ice.
It's so funny you mentioned that, because Greg asked me, how do we know it's not Bob, a wayward Bob? And I'm like, we don't.
It could be anything. I mean, I'm sure people have dumped stuff in Fremont Lake to be rid of it.
It could absolutely be anything. You're right. And I don't know, but John Lynn, who is top-notch underwater rescue guy out of tip-top Sublette County, was there. So I would think if he's there, he would know whether it would be a Bob, but who knows where they put the Bob or whatever.
Yeah. For those that don't know what we're talking about, an annual tradition is the coming of spring in the Wind River Range. Is Bob the Barrel is snowmobiled out to the center of Fremont Lake. When it finally floats to shore, everybody can be assured the ice is off and it's full bore spring. They didn't do it this year because there wasn't ice enough on Fremont, but it's weird that we're talking about Fremont Lake and a barrel, one at the bottom, one floating at the top, two much different things. Also talking about a 55-gallon drum with the Gakwa case, which is weird. It's
so weird.
Well, it's when you think about it, it's probably the go-to conveyance for killers, like to put a body in, as sick as it sounds.
Yeah, you're right. It's so bizarre, but you're right. And we're on a search for a barrel over here in Campbell County.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Maybe we'll get lucky. We've got potentially one.
I mean, a barrel would, prevent any leakage, probably even odor at a certain point. I wonder if that dogs can smell through those drums when they're sealed.
I have absolutely no idea. And one component of this that we haven't talked about is the law enforcement. Fremont County and DCI, to their huge credit, they took a chance here too. They had boats out and they had staff out there, a DCI agent and, Fremont County Sheriff personnel. So it's an all around effort here. And everybody took a humongous chance, and they still might be. But either way, they're pulling. Worst case scenario, they've located a barrel.
Yeah, is that Sheriff Kerr? What? Who's the sublet?
Casey Lair.
Casey Lair. Yeah, I can. With Bill Losey, and even with search and rescue, they're probably more willing to let's follow up this latest, goose chase. But the sheriff is like, we've already done this. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not deploying manpower in my office. You know, I got things going
Absolutely.
on.
Absolutely.
But they said, all right, we'll give it another try. And all we know is we do have a barrel. Now we got to get it to the surface. And that might be something.
And you know, Bill Dosey works with law enforcement support, and I don't think this would have stopped him had they not supported him. In all honesty, because he was just like, let's do it.
Yeah. That phone call was like, Sheriff, are you in or out? We're going on Saturday.
So I don't know what that conversation was, obviously, but I do know between Bill and Stacy, the termination is through the roof.
All right, Jen. What else? Are we good?
We're good. This is what I've got going. So look for a story about the backstory. You'll obviously be talking to Stacy here shortly this morning, and we'll get more information out.
Very good. Great stuff. Jen Coker, Cowboy State Daily. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We will have Stacy Chester up soon, next hour actually. Dr. Sonal Patel joins us shortly. Meanwhile, I'm just going to kind of lay out the morning show. Again, we got the camera freezing. All right. I am going to lose my shirt. Time for a break.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A-plus service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
All right, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let me fix my camera. I'm slightly less agitated because I did make a quick death of that studio fly that was bothering me all morning. He dead. He is unalive. I have unalived that fly mercilessly. I've just pounded him with a newspaper over and over. So the fly's gone. Now I'm only slightly irritated by the camera work here in the studio, which is working on its own level. I can't even pretend to know what it does. Anyway, these are my burdens to bear. I'm reading news. I can't remember where I saw this. Maybe a news site that's not Cowboy State Daily. Casper, and we knew this already. It's because Cowboy State Daily already reported this. College National Finals Rodeo, which started with just 13 schools all the way back in 1949, has made it official. So they inked that deal that we knew was coming. The CNFR was looking to lock in for another decade in Casper at the Ford, Wyoming Center. And it was all done except for the, John Hancock's, the dotting of the I's and the T's. And now it's done. It's inked. Casper is locked in through 2037 to be the host city of the College National Finals Rodeo, all the way through the year 2037, which is also the year highway officials estimate they'll be done with the road work in downtown Casper. So that'll be great to finally be able to drive around Casper without the freaking Jersey walls in there, the Jersey barriers, the concrete. Those things are so annoying. And of course, your GPS doesn't know, and Siri's telling you to turn left. You're like, Siri, I'm going to ram right into a wall. Turning left. Get with it. Update yourself, because it's been like this for a couple years, and it'll be like this for probably 10 more. Speaking of Casper, patchy smoke today. Had a chance of rain about 5-ish. 95 the high. Patchy smoke and Lander. This smoke coming from some Oregon fires, I'm pretty sure. Little bit of Washington, little bit of Oregon. Patchy smoke in Lander. Maybe a slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Otherwise sunny, 91. Evanston, chance of rain in the afternoon. Mostly sunny till then, 86 the high in Evanston. Rock Springs, smoke may show up later in the day along with a chance of rain. Otherwise 93 today in Rock Springs. Patchy smoke in Pinedale. Up until about 2, and then you should clear that out of the way just in time to make way for clouds. Rain around 4. High 88 in Pinedale. Afton, patchy smoke with rain showing up in the afternoon. DuBois, a little bit smoky as well with a chance of rain. 82. Jackson, patchy smoke, chance of rain about 1-ish. Highs 92 in Jackson. I'm telling you, Don Day's not going to be here today. Don Watzel's going to be here in his place. I don't care. Give me any Don who does weather, and I'll say it is never, ever been this hot in Jackson consecutive days. 90, 90, 90, 90. Like, never in the history of weather. No way. Let's see what Watzel says about it. Thermopolis, smoke, sun, and 95. Cody, slight chance of rain about 3. There will be some areas of smoke in Cody as well. 87 the high. Buffalo, smoky. 89. Sheridan, sunny and 93. Mostly sunny in Gillette. Wind gusts a little bit. 91 the high. Newcastle, 88. Partly sunny. Mostly sunny in Torrington with highs 94. Lusk, sunshine 88. State capital Cheyenne, sunny breezy 87. Chance of rain in Laramie in the afternoon, maybe showing up at about 1 o'clock. 83 the high in Laramie. Rawlins, chance of rain, otherwise mostly sunny till then. 89 the high in Rawlins. Yeah, a lot of smoke. The last smoke detector thing I saw on the interwebs, it's, one of those OSHA satellite videos. Where is the smoke coming from? And the video plays. It was some significant fires in Oregon. There's also a fire going pretty good in Sun Valley in the Haley area. And that could be a little bit of the smoke. Wyoming not yet ablaze, but judging from the beginning of this fire year, Canada, like all of Canada is burning up. The Canada fires have created smoke so bad, so toxic, that the Washington, D.C. area, it's all the way down to Washington, D.C. It's in the Midwest. The smoke from Canada is drifting into the northeast U.S. Maine had it bad the other day. It's now kind of moving, and it's centering around Washington, D.C., where the smoke level, the smoke danger is now purple. Red is pretty bad. Red means you shouldn't even go outside. Purple means you've already died. You just don't know it yet. Purple, you're dead. And these notions that you should wear the N95 mask, here we go with the mask again. I don't know what kind of lobby these mask makers have, but it's impressive because we all bought them and we all wore them. We even bought like special blinged out, tricked out masks during COVID. We were so bored with our regular mask. The mask company ran out of them. Remember, that was early. Hospitals were pleading with people, stop buying up all the masks. Meanwhile, nobody bothered to study it and say, you know what, they don't really work. They don't work for the smoke. Is from every expert I've read says don't bother. They're not going to keep the smoke from being breathed into your lungs. And right now it is toxic level. Purple. Purple translated meaning you're dead. So you got toxic smoke killing your lungs. You got explosive diarrhea running rampant. And by the way, the explosive diarrhea has been sort of traced to Taylor Farms. Taylor Farms supplies Taco Bell with their lettuce, and that lettuce they put in their tacos, that just begs the question, does it not? How do you know whether it's regular Taco Bell diarrhea or explosive diarrhea from cytoplasm or whatever it is? Like, what would be the difference? I assume regular Taco Bell diarrhea goes away, the morning after one visit to the porcelain throne and you're done. If it's the new explosive diarrhea that's got a bunch of germs on the head of cabbage somewhere on Taylor Farms, which they got from Mexico, that one, I guess, sticks with you for days, weeks, months. I even heard one medical expert say year. Come on. Anyway, I didn't want to. No more explosive diarrhea. Our next guest, though, actually is a doctor who I've heard her talk about explosive diarrhea. So I got to warn Dr. Patel, no diarrhea talk whatsoever, please. Speaking of those Canada fires, President Trump has put a tariff on them. He says if Canada is going to give us smoke, we're charging them. Actually, he's put a 50% tariff on other stuff, cars, any automotive stuff. He's restarting a trade war with the U.S.'s closest ally. I mean, we used to be pretty good friends with Canada. We share teams in hockey, baseball, football. They do a different way, so we leave football to Canada. But otherwise, we do really good sharing until recently. Now, now when we talk about a secure border, I don't wonder whether President Trump's talking about the border to the north. 50% tariff restarting a trade war with Canada. Trump announced that just as the smoke was leaking into the United States. I'm pretty sure that's what triggered it. Trump says, well, if they're going to give us all this wildfire smoke, we're going to get money out of it. President Trump can monetize just about everything, anything, including wildfire. Okay, let's get a break and get Dr. Sonal Patel in here. I'm very interested in this chat. We're going to talk about newborns, new moms, and, just the whole postpartum care that is sometimes overlooked and lacking. We're going to talk, that's Dr. Patel's expertise. That's her jam. But I also want to work into the discussion a notion that perhaps newborns could and would suffer with time change, hour change, daylight savings time, moving ahead an hour, spring forward, fall back. Would a 1-month-old be affected by that? Or the mom? Interesting discussion. This should be right after this.
So, how's that boosted social media post working out for you?
Oh, you mean the one my mom liked twice?
Brutal.
You know what does get attention in Wyoming?
Cowboy State Daily Radio. With Cowboy State Daily Radio, your business gets real statewide exposure through interviews, sponsorships, and advertising people actually remember.
Because nobody wakes up excited to see another banner ad, but they will remember hearing your business on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Advertise with Cowboy State Daily Radio today. Contact me, Piper Fenimore, at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back here on a Tuesday. Tuesday means Cici Oliver. Can't wait to chat with her, get the latest fly fishing report. I'll tell you this, every week that goes by, there's one more waterway added to the list of those that you shouldn't or can't fish. The flows are too low. The water is too warm. Game and Fish just announced a few more restrictions. So Cici will tell us the latest. I think her waters are still fishing pretty good. But still, expect restrictions as temperatures just get too warm. Okay, let's head to the Zoom room, and we'll get Dr. Sonal Patel with us. Dr. Patel, there you are. I have video on you. My video is frozen, which is aggravating me to no end this morning. I'm going to need a talking down. Yeah, it's just technical stuff. I need a show engineer is what I need. Dr. Patel, I want to talk about newborns and relatively new moms and how time change may affect them. Time change meaning, falling back, springing forward. But first, I'm very interested about your work, what you do. And Dr. Patel, board-certified pediatrician, founder of NayaCare, an innovative fourth trimester care. There's nothing like it out there. Dr. Patel, also a TEDx speaker, writer, author. You don't have to be a doula to get something out of this discussion, but it might help. The fourth trimester, Doctor, wait, there's only 3. What are we talking about? Postpartum care, and it's often overlooked. Thanks for being on.
Oh my God, thank you so much for having me. So I appreciate this platform and thank you for, yes, the fourth trimester, it's a very interesting concept, is actually the fact that when we reterm something, then we can actually get care. So fourth trimester essentially just means that baby and mom's health is combined despite physical separation. So it's actually evolutionary based. Really quickly, our newborns are born immature and they rely so heavily on mom. But if we just look at it from that perspective of, oh, mom and baby, but don't add medicine and science to it, we're just missing a whole opportunity of help.
Newborns born immature remain that way through their 30s, really.
I could argue longer, but
yeah, I have zero experience in this. You have experience. So, I mean, besides what you have had to go to school to learn, you're a mom. So I doubly believe everything you say. I think you carry a lot of authenticity because of all these things. So, but having no experience, it makes sense to me because so much goes into preparing for the baby, right? Preparing for the baby, delivery, and there's this feeling that delivery is the end. Like you did it, you reached the finish line, here's your newborn, and they wheel you out of the hospital. You're not done. And there still needs to be care for the new mom and the new baby. Definitely. That makes sense to me.
So I think this one scientific fact really puts everything in perspective. So there's a hormone, because we always say women's health is hormonal, right? But then we have to add the science behind it. So anytime I've said this to someone, their mouth has dropped. So I hope that does affect. But there's a hormone called progesterone, and it is needed to maintain the pregnancy. So upon conception, it's about 40 milligrams. By the time, I say 10 weeks because it's 40 weeks. We're not giving women credit anyways from starting from there. It's 40 weeks. By the time 40 weeks comes, it's about 320. So it's an 8-time rise within those 40 weeks. Majority of this comes from the placenta. So do you want to guess when majority comes from the placenta from conception to 40 weeks, 8-time rise. Do you want to know when it goes back to baseline? Would you guess?
Well, I'm guessing the way you're presenting it's going to be after the birth. Like I would have guessed before delivery or as soon as they cut the umbilical cord, that's over.
Exactly when the placenta comes down. So now this person who has done this for 10 months, and all of a sudden it just drops immediately. So that's insane.
Yeah. So, all right. Women aren't crazy. New moms aren't stressed out. There might be something going on like medically. You get that's science-y.
Yes.
Okay.
And so that's the whole idea. It's like putting the science behind everything they're feeling. They're all, and I love doing that part of it because exactly as you said, and we get the dads involved in the conversation and they're just sitting there. It's like, that's happening in your body. That's what you're going
Yeah.
through. And there's this
Yeah.
understanding that just comes and they're just floored because if they don't we're just told it's hormonal. We're just told it's sleep deprivation. We're just told that this is the hardest part of newborn. And all of that is a little bit true, but all of that it's a little deceiving because then if we're just told that, then that's just like you said, after birth, what happens, people think that's the end. So after this, people think, oh, well, there's no more conversation beyond that.
Yeah.
Like, no, 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 no. And then bring it through. So actually I've had a lot of dads come up to me and said, oh, now I understand exactly what they're going through. And so this makes a little bit more sense. Just like you would have a broken bone, right? People, that's a visual thing. People always understand something that's visual and they're all there to help you. And again, with the broken bone, it doesn't stop, right? You get rehab, you get physical therapy, you get medications, name it, you get nutritional support. So here we're just kind of changing that narrative and saying, no, it's more than that. We need more help after the period that the baby's born and more constant help.
Very interesting. And I can see the dads once they're shown, because dads think like, men are fix-it, mechanical. When you show them there's a loose wire in the engine, they're like, that's why the car's not running right. Like, okay, that's interesting. And for new moms, if they're told, it's just stress, it's just that would get new moms thinking, I just need to rise above it. I need to pull my boots up and just, cowboy up. And there may be something deeper. That's so interesting. NayaCare is where you can learn more about what Dr. Sonal Patel does. NayaCare, the fourth trimester care, through what? Newborn through like the first year? How long?
I mean, technically postpartum, this is again, if you actually look at science, there's data coming out that it could be up to 7 years. And then in the 7 years, you're cumulatively adding more babies, essentially. But we can't solve for 7 years. So we say, all right, we're going to start small and we're going to do it for 3 months after the baby's born, because it's not just a conversation with the medical help, but then you can go to policymakers, then you can get people on board, right? If you say something is going to be for 7 years, then you lose people. You're like, no, there's 3 more months after that. So let's talk about that and let's kind of build from that foundation forward.
Dr. Patel, on your website, it says no question is stupid, no question is too small. I'm going to put both those to the test because I have nothing but small and dumb questions. All right, let's talk about the time change. The U.S. House just passed a bill Tuesday to make daylight savings time permanent. Now, we're not there yet. The Senate's going to have to, and who knows? We tried this before, and it didn't last long. The time changes. I am wondering how that affects a kid who's 7 months old, a baby, because I know 7-year-olds who can't tell time. You can't tell me they're thrown off by the clock. Like, what is going on? Are we talking about the circadian rhythm that gets messed up, or is it more mom who needs rest during this period?
I mean, all of the above, but I just sit back and, we both live in the same country and we finally agreed on something, that this time change going back and forth, we're just tired of it as a nation. And so first we just need to literally celebrate the fact that we all came together and agreed on something. And it wasn't
right.
Right? It was not like back and forth. And you nailed it. It's the circadian rhythm. It's your biological clock that we talk about. It is morning light helps with getting the melatonin, which is allows you to help sleep, kind of down. And then your cortisol levels a little bit more up. So kind of wakes you up to start the day. And so the problem is that if we keep shifting that, because see, we are not homogeneous all around in the United States. Some areas are going to be affected harder than others. And particularly in the northern hemisphere aspect of it, you're going to have, if we stick with daylight savings times, you're going to have that morning be later and later, almost till 9 o'clock in the morning. And so what happens then, it's a cumulative effect. So initially it sounds great because then that allows you for longer evenings and you come back from work and you have more time. And who doesn't want that, right? Who doesn't want the daylight when, and they're like, well, we're already at work. However, we're going to keep shifting the wake period later and later. And then we start getting into a sleep deficit. Regardless, then all the health concerns come up, all the metabolic concerns come up. And honestly, we're just not relying. We have been so entwined with the sun in itself. So we do need the early morning rise. We do need the fact that we can wake up and yes, and then the flip side of it, yes, some places in the summer, morning's going to be at 4:30 in the morning, but we have ways that we can adjust for that versus the later sleep and our circadian rhythms getting not in lieu with the sun.
Yeah, sometimes it's easy to forget that we, mankind, Homo sapiens, well, I mean, we're creatures, we're animals, and yeah, the light does affect us. The light triggers certain things that should happen. When it's light, we know that's when you wake up and be active. That's simple stuff, and again, science-y. So, Dr. Patel, if these concerns may happen with locking in on daylight savings time, some of the northern regions would be dark so late in the morning, you're going to have cranky kids at the bus stop. There are 22 Republicans who worried their kids at the bus stop in the dark, and that's not safe to travel without that morning sunlight. What then has the changing time done? Has that also thrown us all? I know some people are affected by it more than others. Usually people who get jet laggy flying coast to coast, they feel the loss of an hour or the addition of an hour. Some people don't too much. Do kids, do newborns, infants?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, you nailed it. We are creatures, we are human beings, and that rhythm is set from the get-go. And you'll see that, not even newborns just wake up early. You have 5-6 o'clock wakes, but they sleep a lot too. But when you go further into development, when you talk about your 3-year-olds, your 4-year-olds, your elementary school, I mean, anyone with an elementary child, they wake up so early, like you can never sleep in, I mean, I'm from the era where I'm a Gen Xer, but that's why it's Sunday morning, Saturday morning cartoons were there, right?
Yeah.
You got up and you ate cereal and your parents just put it on because they were geared for these kiddos that wake up early. And so changing this, going to daylight savings times, we're just going to be fighting biological circadian rhythms. We're just going to be fighting it. And initially it's going to look like, oh, this is great, but it's going to catch up to her. And then it's not just, you had alluded to the mom as well too, because mom's sleep is so important to also protect her from postpartum depression. That's something that we hear about in the news a lot. And if you are causing another factor of sleep deprivation on her plate, there's going to be a higher risk of postpartum depression, postpartum anxiety. There's never an opportunity for that mom to get the sleep. And that's a part of the fourth trimester is bringing her health back into this conversation of like, no, yeah, we talk about the newborn, but literally the newborn's well-being and going forward, that child's well-being, that adolescent's well-being is all dependent upon this foundation, i.e. the mom. So we're bringing all of that back together.
Yeah. Scooby-Doo and the Jetsons have babysitted many a kid on a Saturday morning. So maybe the solution could be locking in time at the regular standard time. The American Academy of Sleep Medicine did support ending the clock changing, but they would rather support when it's a little lighter in the morning. That would be more natural to our bodies. Would that work for you, or still got potential problems?
No, I think I think everybody's just tired, right? Of springing forward, falling back. And funny story, I was in Arizona. In Arizona, you guys, you do you, because you're just like, we're not doing any of this nonsense.
Right.
We were there, but we had a conference, and I forgot that the rest of the United States was changing time while Arizona wasn't. And it became such a logistic hot mess. And just like how you were having technical difficulties, because we were having people Zoom in from all over the United States, but Arizona, and I was just like, I saw firsthand how problematic it can become if we all just don't standardize something. And if we're going to standardize something, yes, I do agree with them, because the permanent standard time is so much healthier and better for us. And then the other concern is, the seasonal affective disorder aspect of it. But if we take that just in isolation, we're missing out on the bigger picture of the metabolic health, the cardiovascular health, the risks. Those are going to kind of cumulatively come if we do daylight savings times versus the permanent one.
Dr. Sonal Patel is with us, and we're out of time. We got to get to news, unless you live in Arizona and you got a whole extra hour, baby. Dr. Patel is the founder of NayaCare, N-A-Y-A Care, NayaCare. Go learn about it. Gentlemen, husbands, and wives, groundbreaking stuff, fourth trimester stuff. Dr. Patel, thanks for being on.
Thanks so much. I loved it.
All right, time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily News Center. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson. Wyoming Republican Party State Central Committee met Monday, running late into the evening. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that they made the controversial move to endorse candidates for statewide and federal offices.
Technically, under state law, the major parties aren't allowed to financially back one candidate over another in the primary election. And so they passed a bylaw here back in April, flouting the state law, saying we will endorse whom we will endorse. In the meantime, their state central committee meeting Monday evening unfolded, and they chose to endorse Brent Bien for governor, Harriet Hageman for U.S. Senate, and Chuck Gray for U.S. House.
Delegate Richard George expressed a disagreement with the process, saying, quote, "If there's anybody in this state that needs to vet the candidates, it's the people. The people are going to do a fine job at it." Two tourists got dangerously and illegally close to Grand Prismatic Spring on Sunday in Yellowstone. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Montana resident Tanya Saracen, who filmed them taking selfies right next to the scalding water, said she was so furious she had tears in her eyes.
It's just over a year ago that we witnessed a bison fall into the pool and essentially get poached to death. So it's something to take seriously as an entity, but that wasn't enough to deter two unknown women from strolling straight out there. They were seen walking along the edge of the pool, taking selfies, and really not considering the damage that they were doing with every step.
Several people have been seriously injured or killed after getting too close to Yellowstone's thermal features. One would think a high risk of death might be enough to dissuade tourists from tempting their luck. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Rock Springs man accused of holding his girlfriend captive for days while torturing her has pled not guilty. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that court records allege he warned her, quote, "I will murder your cat, I will murder your family if you get the cops involved."
24-year-old Jake Canastrini pled not guilty on Thursday to holding his ex-girlfriend captive for several days in Rock Springs, beginning on May 30th until she escaped on June 2nd. Currently, Canastrini is being held at the Sweetwater County Detention Center. A jury trial has been scheduled for November. According to investigators, Canastrini held her down. He would often yank her by the hair, according to allegations. He strangled her multiple times and threatened to kill her. While this was ongoing, Canastrini didn't sleep much. So when he finally fell asleep on June 2nd, she was able to run and go get help.
Under Wyoming law, kidnapping is punishable by 20 years to life in prison if the victim is not voluntarily released substantially unharmed in a safe place before trial. Representative Daniel Sen is an incumbent Republican from Cheyenne and was once a member of the Freedom Caucus. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that he says he's changed since identifying as a pro-choice progressive atheist in a recently surfaced 2021 podcast interview saying, quote, "People change their minds."
That features Singh talking to a former friend and podcaster, describing himself as a progressive, as extremely pro-choice, as wanting to legalize hard drugs. He described himself as a stoic and an atheist. And that's contrary to Singh's current presentation of himself, frequently quoting scripture on Facebook and voting for pro-life bills every single year, as well as other hot button Republican conservative topics. I asked him, I said, what is the story with this contrast? And he said that he has changed. His friend and podcaster doubted that, casting him as an opportunist.
Sen first won the GOP nomination for House District 61 on August 16th, 2022, over two other candidates. He went on to win the general election and was sworn into office early in 2023. He started identifying as a member of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus during his freshman term. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My mom and dad in the morning, and then he would come home too tired to play with me. I tell my son, I love you every single day. I love you. Now, my dad has never said that to me. Not because he doesn't love me, but because culturally it wasn't comfortable for him. So I teased him the other day and I said, how come you never say that to me? And he said, you're too old now. Now that he's a grandfather, he says, I love you to my son every time he sees him. My advice to all the fathers out there, forget the material things, forget the cultural restrictions. They grow up way too fast for you to waste even a single precious minute or moment.
Say bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Whoa! I think I fixed my camera. Stacy, you're a good luck charm. I have been having a camera issue until now. And now I fixed it. Stacy's a fixer. Oh, I got one of those too. Actually, I got two of those. They wandered over here from a nearby ranch. They were barn cats at a ranch. And I guess they got sick of eating mice and they're over, and I accidentally fed them cat food. And guess what? Now I have two cats. Yeah.
So real quick, I gotta tell you a funny story about Miss Tibby Cat.
Yeah.
She was actually found on one of our searches.
Oh, man. You'd be surprised what you'll find, huh?
Yeah. Somebody had actually thrown her and two other kittens out in a field in a box, and she was the only one who survived.
Oh, my.
And so I brought her home. My husband was working out of town. I said, I'm going to get her healthy, and then I'll find her a new home. She never left.
I know. Fostering pets is just a transition to owning pets. It happens a lot. How long ago was that? That's cool.
It would be almost 2 years ago now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, they make the best pets. Cat, animals like that knew it tough and then get it great eventually at a great home. Stacy Koester, devoted wife, proud mother, grandmother. I find that hard to believe. And of course, the mom of that cat also 31 years, Stacy. Yeah. So WyoFind, founder of WyoFind. I want to talk about this story. This is a huge breakthrough. And primarily because of your work, your doggedness, staying after this Uden in prison. Most people, I assume you're up to speed on this story by Zach Sontag and Jen Coker. Stacy is the one who was like pen pal to Uden. What's his first name? Richard?
Gerald
Uden. So before we get into the correspondence that eventually got him to really want to open up. And, how early on did you know of this case? This is a triple homicide in 1980, the mother and the two kids.
So if you remember earlier this year, you and I did the live show on the missing person coffee sleep campaign.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And so it was one of the cases that came up on our radar because, we had our initial 8, and then we went back to the bottom of the DCI list and started going through them. And the Udens really stood out because it wasn't just one, it was 3, and there was kids involved. And there's a person in jail for the murders, but there's no bodies. And so it became really important to reach out to that.
And it's a unique search, or a different search, I think, Stacy, where sometimes you're searching, unfortunately, often you're searching for remains, but not always. There's people who disappear, like Irene Gakwa. I mean, we're assuming the worst, but there are people that you would search for occasionally that are still with us, hopefully, maybe. But in this case, all you were going to get from 1980, 47 years later, is bones. But that's important also. I mean, there's no family, right? This mom and the 2 kids, I mean, after Uden, there's nobody who shares blood with them or anybody left.
Right. So Virginia's mother had bought a burial plot prior to her death for the remains. And so the goal ultimately is to lay Virginia and the boys to rest with Virginia's mother.
The story we're sharing on the Cowboy State Daily right here, Zach Sontag and Jen Coker tell it so perfectly. So let's go to Uden now. And I thought yesterday when I read this story and I was talking to Zach about it, obviously your correspondence with Uden is instrumental. This is a guy who has at one time confessed to doing it, at one time even tried to help authorities, is saying, here's where I stuffed him in a barrel and dropped him in the Fremont Lake. Here's where it was. Whether he misremembered, he was throwing people off, his story is kind of wavered. But now of late, he is full out confessing and trying to help. And I think in his words, trying to do right, because what is he, 83 years old?
84.
84. So Stacy, did you know by making correspondence with him, keeping up a correspondence, that maybe you could trigger that part of somebody who has lived with a murder, 3 murders, for this long now? And there comes a time in your life where you're going to die behind bars. And what is there left? How did you approach the writing, reaching out to Uden?
So my approach to Uden was very direct and honest. I think that was a big key here in the correspondence between Uden and I. A lot of people, or a lot of entities, they share a story and write books, and it's all for personal gain. Where mine had absolutely nothing to do with personal. I was very clear with him who I was, what I do, why the case was important to me. I shared a little bit of my history with him on cold cases. Though I won't go into detail, I am very personally familiar with a missing person cold case, somebody in my own family that to this day has never been found. And it's been, holy biscuits, it's been 32 years.
So that pain, that emptiness. Yep. And that,
I do.
That's a connection.
I know what it's like to wonder.
Yeah.
Gerald's first letter to me was was quite cocky. Not even gonna lie. It was the first sentence says, when I first read your letter, my first inclination was to throw it in the trash and not answer you. However, upon reflection, I decided to do it. So then he goes on to say that the first thing he would like me to do is call the clerk of court of land and request a copy of his proceedings. It's saying that his 14th Constitution or 14th Amendment constitutional right had been violated in this case. And so my correspondence letter back, I was very clear. I wrote out the 14th Amendment. I wrote everything like, no, your 14th Amendment right was not violated because you offered a confession. It wasn't swindled out of you. You did this. Like, this is what you said. This is your words from the court records. This is this. And so I'm not sure if I would say that made him respect me, that I actually took the time to know what I was talking about.
Yeah.
And then we just kind of,
I mean, Stacy, that isn't exactly buttering him up. Like, I think your approach, your straight on blunt approach, that might have appealed to him somehow.
yes. Because I'm not, even now, I'm not interested in the wow factor of the case. Like the, oh my God, he murdered people. It's about the, where are they? Why was it done? Facts, details. One of the things that I've said is, and I was very clear to him that these boys, specifically, and all three of them, but as a mom, my focus is very heavily on children, you know, and I was very, very clear that these boys' stories shouldn't be buried at the bottom of a lake. The thing is Uden loved these boys. I know that's kind of odd to say, considering he did kill them.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a point in time when he loved those boys and they were his kids.
And you found that part of him and made him probably remember that. And I think keeping the dialogue on the here and now, not wanting to go in the past. What happened, Uden? What drove you to, you kept it on, here's where we are. What do we do now? And these kids we need to do right by them. So how many back and forths did this take where you started to see him come around, soften, whatever?
So the second letter, honestly, my second letter to him in response to his he's
kind of brash. Yeah. Like,
yeah. My second letter was probably a good 4 or 5 pages. Where, like I said, I called out all of his confession side, the things that he personally said, the things that I could see in court records, the different things. I discussed Alice with him, which was his wife and the love of his life. And after that, he really started opening up and started sharing information. Then he wanted me to start selling his paintings, which we'll work on.
Yeah.
But he did start sending me paintings. Oh,
okay. Yeah.
So he has taken up painting as a hobby. And, it kind of like you said, it's the here and now too, showing an interest in his life. And who he is as a person and the story as a whole.
Yeah. And these are Right. And sorry, Stacy, these are probably questions or a conversation that no one has had with him. This is a guy he's nothing but lawyers, cops, investigators. All they want to know is hammer away at questions. Similar, like Jen said, I'm a journalist, so I probably would scare him off because I just want answers to these questions. Like, that's all he's had. And your correspondence was more of a chance for him to go back and really think out. Put yourself in the position of these kids and what they deserve now. And I think you made him go to places where his mind has not gone in a long time, probably.
Well, I got to tell you something super funny. So the second letter I got from him when he started opening up,
yeah,
one of the funniest things to me was at the very bottom, it says, P.S. I am 84 years old and not interested in anything other than friends or business associates. So I found that super amusing. And I had to, like, in my next letter, I was like, okay, so full disclaimer, your little disclaimer was not needed. I am not interested. I'm happily married for 20 years. Like,
yeah,
I'm not after your fame or your whatever. Like,
yeah.
But I let him tell me his and Alice's story. And I listened to it and I asked questions about Alice because I do believe that there's a whole lot more to this story, like the whole backstory. And listening to him, actually letting him talk freely without interjecting, this, and this. It's his story to tell, and letting him do that is very important.
Yeah. Well,
as a matter of fact, I'm still writing him.
Yeah. Well, whatever the approach, I mean, Jen says you're a Svengali about it. Stacy, you have a special touch. You're able to connect with people on a different level, probably from your own tragedy. You make that bridge, that connection. You don't ask for anything in return. You're very upfront about who you are and what you're hoping to get out of this. And it resonates. It must. You've got Uden to do something that he has not done. Full confession. I got to make things right, he said. And he pointed you to a location on Fremont Lake. You used a map and better location. And they found a barrel, which we'll see what happens.
So I am pretty confident on that. It's not like I know it, because at the end of the day, the barrel could be anything right now.
Yeah.
However, it would be quite a coincidence for Gerald to miraculously mark on multiple maps, send them back to me, and the barrel just happened to be in the same spot. I mean,
yeah.
At that point, we may as well buy a lottery ticket, because that would be such strange odds.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did this in a process. I sent map. One of the things that I do with WyoFind, one of my biggest strengths is the mapping systems, like when we do searches. So I work with CalTopo mapping, which you can do several different versions, like different styles of maps. And so I would print off the map, send it to Gerald in a letter. And once again, I was very upfront with him in the very first letter that my goal is to recover these bodies. Well, not me personally, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Get it to where the bodies can be recovered. And so there's been no secrets. There's been no misconception between me and Gerald about what my goal is. And so I would send him a map and he would mark where it was. And to send different forms of maps was important to me, because like if you look at one map and the shape of the lake and you see, or you mark somewhere on it, but then you get the same map just in a different form.
Yeah.
And you mark over here, then it's less reason to believe it.
Yeah, it's a good way to verify, triangulate your data. Show them something 3 different times. Cops do that all the time when they make sure you answer the question the same way all 3 times. Yeah, that's another great approach. I mean, it says it right in the material of WyoFind that Stacy, who we're talking to, Stacy Koester, has just a blend of empathy and relentless drive. And I will add a touch of tough love mom. Like when Uden tried to say my 14th met, and you didn't coddle him. You said, no, here's why you're wrong. I think that worked. I don't know what it is, Stacy, but it works. And I know I and everybody appreciate what you do at WyoFind. And we got to learn more. This story probably not done yet. Certainly not done yet. We got to raise a barrel. We got to explore these paintings and maybe a little more out of Mr. Uden. Thank you, Stacy. We got to scoot for weather.
Bye.
Bye. Stacy Koester on the show, Cowboy State Daily. Read the story from Zach Sontag and Jen Coker. Fascinating story. And Stacy Koester's work to make it all happen, to make as positive ending to the story as can be. And we lost our weather guy. Don Watso, get back in there. He probably thought we were ignoring him. I'm just running late, Don. It's a regular Tuesday. All right. Maybe I'll take a commercial break. Cici, don't you go anywhere. Cici Oliver will be with you right after this.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like energy.
President Trump just signed the cross-border permit for this pipeline.
The outdoors.
The Yellowstone bear biologist was speaking to the Interagency Grizzly Committee.
And the issues you care about.
The U.S. Department of Justice confirmed this week that it is investigating antitrust concerns.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. And in our family, we're used to getting involved, and I encourage you to do the same, especially when it comes to caring for your loved ones. When I think about Alzheimer's and the impact it had on my family, I recognize that losing a race isn't such a bad day after all. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
Cici Oliver is here. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, a Taiwan on Tuesday. That's why Cici here
Morning, Jake.
Good morning. I don't have a lot of fly fishing questions for you, so we'll have to goof around for a little while before we talk about fly fishing.
All good.
Let's start with CFD. Did you see Treaty Oak Revival?
I did go to Treaty Oak Revival this weekend.
I like them a lot. I was talking to somebody from Cheyenne Frontier Days, and they said, "What show are you looking most forward to?" And I would want to see Jessie Murph, and she's with I forget.
She opened for Treaty Oak, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the show. Like that is the hip show to see. Like Trace Atkins, Blake Shelton, all them dinosaurs. Yeah, Treaty Oak Revival is like the hottest thing going. Muscadine,
Muscadine Bloodline.
Yeah, they're big.
There's an awesome lineup this year. Yeah, I was willing or able to sneak away for that Treaty Oak, but I'm a pretty big Treaty Oak fan. That was like the 4th or 5th time I've seen them in concert. I enjoy them. That was a no-brainer for me.
You know, I see Treaty Oak Revival show up more and more on wedding playlists. I'm surprised. Like the Stop and Stare or the Angry Bourbon song, whatever. Like just things that you wouldn't think. Like, what is the bride's emotional connect? Nothing. I just like Treaty Oak Revival. Okay.
100%. Very Wyoming. I love it.
Yeah. All right.
Definitely the hot weather was out to play for Frontier Days, and it's been the same way for fishing for sure. It's been a scorcher out there.
Oh, dude. Well, let's talk about that hot weather because that has forced some restrictions, some game and fish asking anglers to voluntarily avoid fishing up in the Sheridan region, parts middle fork of the Powder River and the Tongue River, soon going to be a concern as consistent temps reach 70 degrees. That's not good. Definitely the North Platte. Where on the North Platte is Game and Fish saying, maybe not today?
They don't have a set spot quite yet. Once again, we are pretty lucky being a tailwater fishery. We always have that cool, clean water coming from the dam. I would say in general, though, we aren't fishing too far below, like Government Bridge or Seacrest is probably the absolute lowest that we would go right now. Really making sure we are staying up close to dam, cool, clean water up that way. But kind of like we spoke last week, sometimes things happen in the way they should. We haven't had to worry about it too much because the angler is far more uncomfortable in the outdoor temperatures. So most trips have been ran as morning half days, getting off the water by 10 a.m., making sure fish in the coolest part of the morning. But yeah, most boats don't make it a full day through that heat. Once it starts to tick into 98 degrees out there, it's a little tough to make 8 hours work in the direct sunlight.
So it's a combination of being respectful of the trout and giving them a break, and also like I want to get off out of the sun, man. It is hot. I can see that. Flows are key to keeping cool. Flows still pretty good. What are you, 2,200 in the Gray Reef? Like, what are the flows?
2,200 on the Reef, 1,000 up on the Miracle Mile, and then around 1,400 out at Fremont Canyon, which is pretty dang high for Fremont Canyon. That normally moves at about 75 CFS, but they are moving water from reservoir to reservoir. So here it's all controlled by the Bureau of Reclamation. They send out like a kind of a heads up email quarterly, maybe 2 times a year, maybe quarterly. But outside of that, we don't get any further insight as to why the water is the way that it is or moving at the flows that it is. But nonetheless, like I said, I'm grateful to have the water. We didn't get that bump until, when we were chatting, probably late June was when we were raised from 500 CFS. So to be sitting at 22, we are very grateful. Not only, to be able to keep fishing, but the fish needed it. We were at 500 for so long that it was kind of a ticking time bomb if we weren't going to get any more water.
Cici Oliver is with us, Ugly Bug Fly Fishing Shop, doing the Tuesday Fly Fishing Report. I hear these water flows are just so different from where I am with the hoback, the snake. I mean, they are bustling. Although Jackson Lake is getting lower and lower and lower, we got to feed all those farmers in Idaho, they need to grow hay and they need to grow their alfalfa. So it's moving along. In fact, let me ask you this. Is the water that you guys are fishing where you are in Casper, will it muddy? What is it? What kind of rain does it take to muddy it up? I'm here the Hoback, and it does not take a whole lot of rain, and that thing's running brown. Like, wow.
Yeah. No, great question. So kind of same around here. Once again, flows at this point would kind of be our saving grace. So it doesn't take much to blow out the river. We have two kind of prominent feeder creeks, tributaries that go into the North Platte itself. Kind of the most prominent one would be Ledge Creek. But yeah, as soon as we get enough rain that those creeks fill a little bit, it's very easy for off-color water to start dumping into the system. At 2200 CFS, that's incredibly helpful, as it does take maybe 24 to 48 hours for it to clear out pretty substantially. Up by the dam, it's going to clear pretty quick. 24 to 48 to clear to really get you to a pretty clean full day or over a full day float. But the other kind of fun part is we do have Fremont Canyon here. Sits between Pathfinder and Alcova Reservoir, and that has no feeder creeks that go into it. So that one is pretty resilient as far as the rain is concerned. So that one's been a little bit of a saving grace this year, at least if you just want to go out and fish on a Sunday, after a little precipitation or a rain event, which we are grateful for. Fremont Canyon normally holds pretty strong if you're coming through the area. So we're lucky to have a secondary option.
Yeah, even the hardest core anglers can be happy with a blowout with a little muddy off-color water, because that means we're getting some moisture. Man, do we need it. Cici, we talked to you last a week ago. All week, I'm sure Sallies and Tricos are hitting as usual. Let me ask you, what else is working? And also, why or would you change up your flies morning and then late day? You wouldn't use the same thing. What are you using, and why would you change?
Yeah, absolutely. So once again, menu is still the same because the menu is crazy. We have pretty much everything that you could think would be out there in a warm weather hatch. We're definitely seeing it. Kind of the only difference is up on the mile, we didn't get a prolific stone flies coming off the water, anything like that, but we are throwing a lot of Pat's rubber legs or zertle bugs up that way, which has been pretty fun, which are little subsurface stonefly patterns. But kind of in a day, it's pretty common to fish tricos in the morning, switch to your caddis or your PMDs, mid-morning, mid-afternoon, and then hottest part of the day, late afternoon, throw your yellow sallies, switching it up as the day goes on, or kind of following that tricos to caddis to yellow sallies, just following the hatch of when that hatch would come off. So tricos are going to be a little bit cooler. That's why we're seeing them in the morning. Caddis are going to be slightly warmer conditions, are going to get the caddis to come off. That's why we see that kind of late morning, afternoon. And yellow sallies come off in the heat of the day. Yeah. So that's why you kind of look for them towards high noon, moving on through the day. And then, once it starts to cool back down, it'll revert back to some caddis coming off, that evening caddis hatch, seeing it as the sun starts to set there. And then next morning, those tricos start right back up.
Interesting. Always, Cici. Okay. Well, I forgot to ask you, we're doing an informal poll. Do you, we're talking about the time change and the House voting to lock in on daylight savings time. Do you mind the time change? Do you want it to be one time? If so, what? Regular or standard or daylight, or what do you want?
I don't really mind the time change, I have to say. I don't want to be, no. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. I don't mind it too much. I love it when it gets to the point that it makes your days at least feel a little bit longer. That's always cool. And losing the hour of sleep makes you really grateful when you gain that hour of sleep back to some regards. So I don't know. It makes me feel like a kid again. I was excited about the time change in middle school, so I'll decide to be excited about it at 27.
You're still with the change? I find I might be leaning that way because I like daylight at the end of the day. I like to extend that day as long as I can, but then winter comes and I'm like, it sucks to be dark so in the morning for so long. I want to switch. Well, that's switching. That's changing the time. And so maybe I'm with you. All right. Okay. Give me some tips. Give me some tips for fishing in moss, algae, slime. and trying to get a lure through that stuff. Any way to combat that? How do I do it easier?
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. That's when we start to pull out a little bit shorter rig, shorter tippet. We typically would fish like a 9-foot leader around here. Shorten your rig up just a little bit so that you can throw a dry dropper is really helpful to get around some of the muck and gunk in the system. Definitely beneficial. We are known for our kind of deep nymph rigs around here. To have that 3 bugs go subsurface, but definitely in warm weather conditions when we have some of that grass and moss floating in the system, a hopper dropper is a really fun way to avoid it because if best case scenario, something comes up and eats your hopper, so that's pretty fun too. But 99% of the time, they'll probably hit that dropper, so that's a great way to avoid it. And even to that end, just warm water fishing this time of year. When we start to get into temperatures like this, kind of two most important ones are fish early and fish pretty fast. You want to really take advantage of going out in the early morning and late evening, which is definitely fun for people that work like me, work a 9 to 5. That's awesome. Go out before work or go out after work. Pretty fun way to spend the day. And then, fish pretty fast. If you can step up your tippet, do a little bit heavier tippet, heavier leaders, so you're able to get those trout in quickly, not fighting them too much, not holding them out of the water too much, just getting them in, saying hello, and putting them right back out. Definitely the 2 kind of warm water fishing tactics that are very pertinent right now in today's weather. So I want to keep those top of mind.
If I see you with the bare hands taking that selfie trophy, come on, man, do right by the trout. Those cutty crazed anglers going to go at it for about another month. And I'm thinking by this time, August, you're going to get into carp fishing in some lakes and reservoirs because these poor trout, boy, they're heating up. And we're all going to come around to Cici's way of carping.
Absolutely. That's actually the goal. This has been my master plan. Master plan all along.
Oh, man, that's smart. Thanks, Cici. Have a great Tuesday.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show. With Jake, that's Cici Oliver, Ugly Bug Fly Fishing Report. Find the Ugly Bug Fly Fishing Shop in Casper, poised right there on the banks of the North Platte. And again, some restrictions from Game and Fish. They're advising that you chill out with your fishing on the stretch of the North Platte that flows from Colorado over the Wyoming state line. Anglers being asked to voluntarily quit fishing that stretch. Also up in the Sheridan region, there are some fisheries around Sheridan, Buffalo, some waters that are just too warm. Game and Fish registering 70 degrees. And that any 70 above is going to put restrictions on every time. Middle Fork of the Powder, some local creeks, and the Tongue River also nearing temperatures of concern. So, fish early in the day, late in the day. Don't play those trout. Land them as quick as you can. Muscle them a little bit if you have to. And try to keep them in the water as much as you can. In the net, in the water. Release and get them out. It's tough. Just warm water for the trouts. We're going to talk to Jackie Dorothy next, right after this.
Park County Fair's back this July. Happening all week is the thrilling Carnival Midway. Tuesday's the Muddy Mess with pig mud wrestling. Get ready to rumble for boxing on Wednesday. Pull yourself to the grounds for Thursday's truck and tractor pulls. Friday's the fast-paced figure 8 race. And as always, Saturday's the sellout demolition derby. Tickets are on sale now, and we'll see you at the 100th Fair on patented land.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A+ service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, like, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Jackie. Jackie Dorothy is with us. Jackie, let me start this segment by outlining my current problems.
Okay.
There's a fly in the studio. I thought I killed him, but he's come back to life. He's just bugging me.
Literally.
Also, yeah, my truck is in the shop for now the third day. And I finally got a call late yesterday that it's ready. And I have no way to get there except for the neighbor who said she'd give me a ride. And the neighbor who I have never seen get up before the crack of noon is gone. She woke up and drove away. So, truck is still. And my cameras have not been working real good on the show, but right now they're complying. So maybe that one's
What kind of cameras do you use?
It's a Max Brio. By the way.
I used a Brio before for a conference one.
Oh, is that right?
I'm always curious. Yeah, I'm always curious about the different cameras and what people use.
It is probably the best camera out there. I'll say nothing bad about it. It's OBS. It's the software I use that takes the camera and then beams it out. OBS is funky. The camera's great, though. This is not the OBS camera right now. That's the other one.
Yeah, you better be careful what you say because the camera can hear you.
Oh.
You don't want to offend it.
Right. Although, are you one of those that leaves Siri on and listening? I don't let her listen to anything.
I forget about her until all of a sudden she goes, I couldn't hear that. I'm like, whoa, you're on again. Stop it.
That's my worst nightmare.
I need to go through and turn her off because, well, what gets you is when you're scrolling and the conversation you just had, it'll show up in the ads. That gets a little bit out there. I remember when this technology was first coming out and it was tens of thousands of dollars to be able to participate. Now you could just do it for free and it's scary.
In a way, that ties into a conversation I'm going to have later with Senator Chris Rothfuss, who is drafting legislation that would protect our rights to our property. Like people should not be spying on me, Apple or law enforcement or anybody. So, yeah, that concerns my camera. You better not be listening to me.
I know. My son is really good about clicking that thing on that turns off the video and turns it on. I need to use that even more.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't want it watching me.
It's smart. It's going to be the next generation that I think will have a little bit of pushback on tech. They grew up with it, but I think they'll start to sense, I don't really need all this tech in my life. I'm going to turn this off. Yeah.
I know. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. I heard one talking about how, they do those dead scrolling where you're just going through and the algorithm's all tuned to you.
Yeah.
Well, because of AI, they're starting to change so that they are not targeting humans, they're targeting AI. So I'm wondering if that means that there'll be less things addicting for humans because they're trying to catch the computers. See what I'm saying?
I barely grasp enough of that to be frightened. Yes. I see what you're saying.
They purposely make like Facebook and all of those addictive so that you stay on it. They want you to stay on their program.
Yeah.
Well, right now it's getting to the point where who they want to be paying attention to them isn't us. They want AI, artificial intelligence, to be catching all of their information. And so I'm wondering if there's going to be a subtle switch where it won't be quite. I don't know. I try to be hopeful.
The things generated for me to see aren't necessarily the computers don't think it'll please me or make my life better or something I want. It's designed to keep me on there longer. Like instead of 15 minutes, he was on there for 25 minutes. It's working. Oh, that's scary.
I know. It's their whole ploy.
And what about popcorn brain? Does your kids have any of that? I just read about that. I don't even know what it is.
Oh, what is that? That's a new term for me.
I got to go look it up. Popcorn brain. Scattered, fragmented state of mind when your thoughts rapidly dart from one thing to another. That's the, again, that doom scrolling, the fact that, TikTok, we only do things at 15 seconds at a time or 8 or whatever.
Yes. They talk about the span of it. Your attention span is definitely much less. Like back in the 1800s, you could keep somebody going in those boring, those long-winded books for hours. But then as time progressed, people's attention, we were taught that in Marketing 101, is you have to grab them in it used to be first 30 seconds. Now it's the first 3 seconds.
Speaking of
3 seconds to grab them.
Yeah, going back in the olden golden days and holding your attention. It's a wonder that silent movies ever worked. But they did because they were so novel at the time. Let's talk about this Jackie Dorothy story. Silent film stuntman. Even back then you had to have the stuntman step in for the star and take a tumble off a horse or something. Who was Harry Webb?
Harry Webb is this really cool guy. He actually recorded his memoirs in the 1960s and 70s. So we have this glimpse into history that we wouldn't have had otherwise. And he's from right here in Thermopolis, Owl Creek Country. And he came here as a young cowboy, 14 years old, 15 years old. I look at it, that's the age of my son. And it's like, wow. He shows up, starts doing training the horses, and ends up with Buffalo Bill's show. He leaves Owl Creek region, Thermopolis, to join Buffalo Bill on the show circuit. In Philadelphia, you'll have to read this story because it's really funny how he actually ended up joining the movie theater. But he was recruited to a silent film and they were going to pay him $35 a week. That was unheard of. I mean, we're talking, this is 1912 that he got offered this. And you don't think of it about what the silent movie life was like. They were spending up to $10,000 on one movie. Millions. It was going through this production company, and Harry Webb, this Wyoming cowboy, was right in the middle of it. And his stories are hilarious. I was laughing out loud reading them.
Dang, he looks the part. I mean, he looks like if Hollywood wanted, show us a cowboy, oh yeah, it'd be him. Harry Webb featured in this.
The stories he shared, because it was dangerous being on the movie theater. I mean, he shared stories about what life was like in Embar, gathering up cattle and doing all this. But the movie studio, that 3.5 years he spent there in the silent movies, he almost had his eyes blown across a cliff. I mean, all of these different things. My favorite story, though, was when he was attacked. So he was chasing this wild man. The story was, and it was a comedy, that this wild man escaped from the circus and the farmers were going to get money to catch him. So Harry Webb was playing the part of the farmer that actually caught up with the wild man. He's about to pitchfork him when a gaggle of geese attacked them. And they're fending themselves off. They really are being attacked. And the film crew, and I can relate to this, the film crew is not stopping the scene.
Oh, yeah.
They're filming the whole thing.
So
and they said it was the funniest scene they had ever filmed.
The geese is unscripted. The gooses, the geese. And yeah, you're right. Any cameraman, any director, you're not going to hear a cut. You're going to be like, oh, this is gold. Keep rolling. Oh, this poor guy.
That the wild man was wearing a breechcloth and the geese were hanging onto the end of his breechcloth and just flapping up and down. And it took the real farmer and 3 dogs to rescue these 2 guys, these 2 actors. So Harry Webb was like beat up. He said, it looked like I was kicked in the face by a mule.
Harry Webb, as a teen in the Thermopolis area, is a stunt man in silent pictures. What a life. What a job. And like you point out, Jackie, not without dangers, because this is probably prior to any kind of protections for anybody. And like, in this scene, you're supposed to get bucked off the horse and he tramples on you. And you're like, are we going to CGI this? And they're like, we haven't even invented CGI yet. No, he's going to trample you. Like,
oh, there was a scene I did not include. They were working on this movie called The Battle of Shiloh.
Yeah.
I looked it up and actually found some scenes from it. But there was 5,000 men to be part of this. I mean, think about that many people. And so he trained the horses and he had all of these horses trained. Well, they hired Slavic coal miners who had never been on a horse to play these parts. And then during the battle scene, they were supposed to lose. They were not going to lose. And they started charging and they were shouting, we're going to win this war. And he said it was just the description of this was just mass hysteria. And afterwards, the director is like, I thought you trained those horses. He goes, I train the horses, not the men.
Right. And
it was just, the scene he described.
This is what happened when you have to go get extras and they're not actors. And all of a sudden they're trying to win a war. That's not the way history went. Follow the script.
Confederates. That was what they were. And they caused a riot because they were like, we're winning. And they did win.
They got all caught up in it. They're like, oh, this is for real and we're going to win. Oh, man.
When you think about it, they just came from a war-torn country. So they were in real battles. And so here they are in a movie, and I'm wondering if it just didn't click. Like, this is serious.
Poor Harry Webb's like, I had these horses all trained, and they're ruining it. Oh man! All right, so it's been almost a week. What is the flood level? The water's like in Thermop. You were right there during like a pretty good flood, man.
My goodness, it's muddy. Let's just say that what it left, the silt, the debris field is what one lady described it as. And it was the most horrific flooding that this place has seen since the 1960s. The culverts that they built to divert this flood, because they knew it would happen. So it had happened in 1960, East Thermopolis. By the way, East Thermopolis is not Thermopolis. It's a separate town.
Okay.
It has its own mayor and everything. So it was East Thermopolis that got flooded. And the culverts were so full. I was talking to a friend of mine, and he said that that's why it diverted to that trailer house where this young girl got trapped. And Morgan was in there and could feel her house moving. It was very traumatic for this poor kid. And the police chief just couldn't take it anymore and waded in and risked his own life to just sit with her and let her know she was okay.
Yeah, what a story, Jackie.
It was quick.
Jackie
2
Dorothy
hours.
has that East Thermopolis flooding. Now, it's East Thermopolis is still close to Thermopolis. Did you also get the rain?
Yes.
You just didn't get the flooding in Thermopolis?
Well, that was the weird part about it, is they didn't get the rain. The rain happened. There was blue skies. It was just a light drizzle. The rain happened out in Lucerne, out in the countryside. We got like 4 inches, half of what we usually get for the whole year.
Yeah.
But it was up in the mountains, up above them. And it was a severe thunderstorm that just like drenched the land. And where it came down was a dry draw that never sees water. And the creek itself, Spring Creek, it's always just like a meandering little brook. And so both of these places are not used to that much of deluge. So that's what happened. And when I was talking to Steve Nally, he said that it looked like a 10-foot wall of water was coming at him. And by the time he got off of the phone with 911, it's like, send help, send rescue. Dawn and I are trapped. It was hitting their house and surrounding their house. He said he could see the emergency vehicles up on the hill, and they're shouting down at him, "Are you okay?" And Steve's like, "I'm fine, but you better check on that girl in the house." And she was down in a dip in a valley, just like the perfect storm.
For real flooding in East Thermop, over 4 inches of rain in an hour. They get 9 all year typically. Crazy. All right, Jackie, stay dry.
I will.
All right.
Actually, we could use some rain.
Time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily News Center. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson. Wyoming Republican Party State Central Committee met Monday, running late into the evening. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that they made the controversial move to endorse candidates for statewide and federal offices.
Technically, under state law, the major parties aren't allowed to financially back one candidate over another in the primary election. And so they passed a bylaw here back in April, flouting the state law, saying we will endorse whom we will endorse. In the meantime, their state central committee meeting Monday evening unfolded, and they chose to endorse Brent Bien for governor, Harriet Hageman for U.S. Senate, and Chuck Gray for U.S. House.
Delegate Richard George expressed a disagreement with the process, saying, quote, "If there's anybody in this state that needs to vet the candidates, it's the people. The people are going to do a fine job at it." 2 tourists got dangerously and illegally close to Grand Prismatic Spring on Sunday in Yellowstone. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Montana resident Tanya Saracen, who filmed them taking selfies right next to the scalding water, said she was so furious she had tears in her eyes.
It's just over a year ago that we witnessed a bison fall into the pool and essentially get poached to death. So it's something to take seriously as an entity, but that wasn't enough to deter 2 unknown women from strolling straight out there. They were seen walking along the edge of the pool, taking selfies, and really not considering the damage that they were doing with every step.
Several people have been seriously injured or killed after getting too close to Yellowstone's thermal features. One would think a high risk of death might be enough to dissuade tourists from tempting their luck. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Rock Springs man accused of holding his girlfriend captive for days while torturing her has pled not guilty. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that court records allege he warned her, quote, "I will murder your cat, I will murder your family if you get the cops involved."
24-year-old Jake Canestrini pled not guilty on Thursday to holding his ex-girlfriend captive for several days in Rock Springs, beginning on May 30th until she escaped on June 2nd. Currently, Canestrini is being held at the Sweetwater County Detention Center. A jury trial has been scheduled for November. According to investigators, Canestrini held her down. He would often yank her by the hair, according to allegations. He strangled her multiple times and threatened to kill her. While this was ongoing, Canestrini didn't sleep much. So when he finally fell asleep on June 2nd, she was able to run and go get help.
Under Wyoming law, kidnapping is punishable by 20 years to life in prison if the victim is not voluntarily released substantially unharmed in a safe place before trial. Representative Daniel Sen is an incumbent Republican from Cheyenne and was once a member of the Freedom Caucus. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that he says he's changed since identifying as a pro-choice progressive atheist in a recently surfaced 2021 podcast interview saying, quote, "People change their minds."
That features Singh talking to a former friend and podcaster, describing himself as a progressive, as extremely pro-choice, as wanting to legalize hard drugs. He described himself as a stoic and an atheist. And that's contrary to Singh's current presentation of himself, frequently quoting scripture on Facebook and voting for pro-life bills every single year, as well as other hot button Republican conservative topics. I asked him, I said, what is the story with this contrast? And he said that he has changed. His friend and podcaster doubted that, casting him as an opportunist.
Sen first won the GOP nomination for House District 61 on August 16th, 2022, over two other candidates. He went on to win the general election and was sworn into office early in 2023. He started identifying as a member of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus during his freshman term. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
My coffee pot is churning out horrid coffee. Add that to my list of aggravations. This morning, the fly. My truck's in the shop. My dog ate my homework. Actually, my cat dragged in a pregnant robin and is chasing it around the house. They're currently under the bed right now. I gotta go intervene. And my cameras have fixed themselves, so at least I got that going for me.
Your cameras have fixed themselves?
I have camera problems today, but
you got like some Skynet stuff going on over there?
Kinda.
I started to hear the Terminator theme play in the background. Dun, 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 dun.
How many Terminators are there now? Like 9 of them?
Too many. I think they should have quit with the first one.
2 and 3 were watchable, but yeah, after that,
But anyway, it reminds me of an anecdote. When I was working on the dock at UW, we got these ovens in, and the purchasing manager started talking about them. Yeah, it's like these ovens, they're like smart. It's like they'll communicate. If we put them in different places across campus, they can actually communicate with each other. And I looked at him and I said, "Do you want Skynet? Because that's how you get Skynet."
Totally. Way to go. Just open the door and allow cyborgs to destroy us all.
Yeah.
I mean, it starts with, wouldn't it be nice to have one microwave tell another one, I'm done with cooking the popcorn. Why don't you start yours now? And it ends with, we're all dead because the robots have killed us.
Yeah.
Well, we all know it's robots, not what's going to kill us. It's wind turbines. If we were birds.
Or bats.
I was a little bit surprised by this number. 2025, 23,000 birds and bats killed by wind turbines. That felt high to me. I wouldn't have guessed it was that high. Wow. In Wyoming alone.
They were stating it's within, I guess, what they call normal or acceptable parameters, region wide. So, again, make of that what you will. But, yeah.
Well, I mean, you heard this at the Game and Fish Commission meeting, and you thought it newsworthy because why? Did you think this number would make people go, wow?
I just put the number out there, and then people think whatever they think. Yeah. And I thought it was, it's like it's someone's job to walk around under turbines and count dead things. And then sometimes they bring in dogs for greater efficiency. I mean,
right.
Like,
sniff me out how many golden eagles
what are you doing
there
today? Oh, I'm going to go count dead things under wind turbines.
Just doing a bat count, 8 bats. Yeah, I mean.
It's a job. Yeah.
Dude, I'm thinking like, how dumb are birds?
Well, I think it's happened with being dumb. It's just, for whatever reason they can't see. And I thought it was interesting. I mean, speaking of technology, that they previously, I guess, some poor sucker had to sit out there with a pair of binoculars and monitor it, and then turn turbines off and on according to bird flights. But now they're developing, the technology where cameras can do that. Again, we're kind of leaning into Skynet territory.
Yeah, right.
But cameras can scan the area, and if, for example, a raptor starts flying through the smart system can designate which turbines to shut off. So
really,
I mean, they're making advancements. Again, people who don't like wind turbines might see flaws in that, and people who like wind turbines might think that's the greatest thing ever. But all we're doing is putting the information out there. So
I would think this tech that senses birds coming, that would be a flock or a V of geese. It sees like one bird and it can shut down the turbine.
I don't. They didn't really get into the granular elements of it, but I think that raises a good question, Jake. Something that maybe could detect a bald eagle. Could it detect a sparrow? I mean, but.
And the notion that painting one of the blades, and wind turbines have the 3 blades, right? All of them are 3 blades.
Yeah. And I don't know, again, they didn't get into the granular detail of why that works.
Yeah.
I guess you'd have to talk to a bird biologist or someone who understands those things that could explain why that works, but apparently it does in some cases.
First, you would have to have the experts explain to me how a wind turbine spins fast enough to hit a bird. When I see them, they're going like this slow.
Well, they look like they're going slow.
They're going faster. Is that like?
I think that's probably an effective scale, because I thought about that too. In the weird thought I had is, imagine yourself being tied to the tip of the blade. From that perspective, it probably doesn't seem like it's going very slow.
Right. The farther out on the end. Oh.
By doing that mental exercise, I was able to focus on just the tip of the blade. And when you watch it, it's hauling at a pretty good pace.
Oh, good point.
I think the overall effective scale makes it seem like they're, it's the same thing with geese. People have, asked me about goose hunting. I said, geese can be annoyingly hard to hit because they look gigantic and they look like they're flying slow. And so you always underestimate how far you have to lead them.
Good point, Mark.
I just think it's just an effective scale against the skyline. So
yeah. Little bit of it.
I'm probably full of, crap, but that's
sounds good.
That's just waxing me philosophical and making excuses for why I miss geese. But that's the effect I'm talking about. Is it a lot of times, particularly if something appears big, it might look to be moving slower than it actually is. So.
Yeah, optical illusion a little bit. I could see that. We're going to have on right after you, actually, this Second Amendment dude out of Buffalo, Mark Jones. Interesting. The story he's quoted in from Mark Hines is Wyoming gun activists increasingly alarmed over AI cameras that can search out guns on you. Very futuristic story again.
Yeah. And there might be some Luddite, some people might argue that that's kind of a, the Luddite perspective anytime something new is introduced. But yeah, I mean, again, there's two sides to that coin too, because, any technology that might help, people would argue can also be used. It can also be abused to on people's rights. And, I think my understanding is that technology has been used to great effect in places like schools, but where people are getting a little bit dicey with it is when it gets, applied in a wider context. A municipality, like a city, starts using it, citywide, like that community in Arizona. And I tried to reach out to some firearms owners and some gun rights people in Hobbs, Arizona. I never did hear back from them, but I was really curious to get their perspectives. Like, hey, you live there. You live where this is being implemented. How do maybe it doesn't bother them. I don't know. But it would be really interesting to talk with those people. Yeah.
I mean, the bigger question is, to what degree would the average person agree to be surveilled like this? And new technology has made it so cameras that are already looking at you, could be taught to specifically look for a firearm. I assume, Mark, to thwart something happening. Like,
my understanding is they detect a gun in hand, but as the one person pointed out, well, what if I have to draw my firearm to deter an attack, and the camera just picks me up drawing my firearm in what appears on camera to be an aggressive manner, but doesn't tell the entire story? What happens then?
Right. Or what if a kid having a water gun fight is tackled by SWAT because the camera saw a gun, and okay.
I thought it was interesting that the gun control gentleman I spoke with it didn't seem exactly thrilled with them either. Yeah,
that's weird. Yeah, well, we're gonna have Mark Jones on later this hour, and later in the show, Chris Rothfuss is on. Senator Rothfuss is drafting legislation that would kind of curtail how much we can be looked at and how much we can expect to have privacy.
That segues into a larger issue. I mean, I think you and I have talked about this before when we were in the irresponsible stages of our youth. We could live under that old saying, if nobody saw it, it didn't happen. I mean, nowadays you do something stupid and the entire world knows about it 30 seconds later,
right?
Because somebody took cell phone video of it. I mean, that just didn't exist when we were kids.
Right. I mean, back then we could ride a dying moose and nobody would know. Exactly. Now your buddies put it on Facebook and you're going to jail.
Exactly. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. That opens up a whole other wider discussion. I mean, the surveillance, and it's getting to the point, can you go anywhere where you're not, you might think, oh, I'm in the thoroughfare. Well, maybe a satellite's taking video of you. You never know. I mean, it's just it's a different world.
I know.
Up in that regard, because I did a lot. I'm sure you did too. I did a lot of stuff that if somebody caught it on cell phone video, my life would have turned out differently. But like I said, when you're young and
can you imagine? Yeah,
you got way more self confidence than you do common sense.
Totally. All right, so wolves, this famed Molly's pack, the Yellowstone's oldest wolf pack, are they in the park anymore? Are they all left?
I think to everyone's knowledge at this point, they are denning and raising pups outside the pack. Now, whether they will cross back over into the park once they're done with that, who knows? But that's the concern, is that they will still be there when hunting season opens on the 15th of September. And and that raises a whole other interesting question, is we live in a day and age where wildlife just isn't known as species. Wildlife is known, individual animals or groups of animals obtain what, for lack of a better term, celebrity status.
Yeah.
That puts a whole new spin on wildlife and the managers, the people actually doing the work on the ground. I mean, they try to stay as objectively scientific as possible, but that celebrity effect is unavoidable. And I appreciate what Commissioner Haskell said. He said, our job as a commissioners, or Angie Bruce at the administration, is to kind of run interference between the people that are trying to, and then all that, because then PR and politics gets involved. Again, regardless of what your opinion is, wolves become a political issue.
Yeah. And the emotion is ratcheted up when you start making note of Wolf 1090, the female. You know everything about her. You're following her escapades. And then you get to that weird thing where we talked about before, Mark, where 50 yards this side of the line, 50 yards that side of the line, you can be shot at in one place and the other place not. And the wolf doesn't know.
No. It opens up a whole can of complex questions.
Meanwhile, we do know, or we think we know now, according to a new study, wolves stress out cows. Duh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, many old ranchers will tell you that.
Yeah, the study does seem to suggest that, but again, I mean, the broader argument, comes, to what degree, and then, how do we set or not set policy accordingly? But ranchers will tell you, at least, on the ground level, they would argue, my cows aren't gaining as much weight. They're not,
I mean, cows are stressed out by flies. They're stressed out by your border collie jumping out of the back of the pickup. They're stressed out by cow's life is all stress.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I never thought about it from that perspective.
I mean, is the cow ever happy?
I don't know. The ones I was around seemed pretty happy, but I was a poor SOB out there building fence.
Yeah.
The cow was sitting there staring at me, chewing my cud, probably thinking how stupid I looked. But I don't know. Were they stressed? I don't know.
Any animal that is chewing, it's like a gum chewer. Any animal that re-chews his food is all free. Got anxiety.
Yeah.
You already ate that food. What are you eating it again for? I'm stressed out, man.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe I'm reading way too much.
I don't know cow psychology, Jake. I couldn't tell you.
Darn it. Mark doesn't know cow psychology, and he's probably not going to tell us what he's working on for tomorrow. Well, good riddance, Hines.
All right. Have a good one, Jake.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Mark Jones will get in here next.
Park County Fair's back this July. Happening all week is the thrilling Carnival Midway. Tuesday's the Muddy Mess with pig mud wrestling. Get ready to rumble for boxing on Wednesday. Pull yourself to the grounds for Thursday's truck and tractor pulls. Friday's the fast-paced figure 8 race. And as always, Saturday's the sellout Demolition Derby. Tickets are on sale now, and we'll see you at the 100th Fair on patented land.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom. We're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We go from one Mark to another. Mark Jones is with us, and we're going to talk about the Mark Hines story, in particular about this technology that can see a gun on your person somewhere. It feels invasive to some folks. Certainly if you're a Second Amendment lobbyist like Mark Jones, it kind of feels like it's a violation of a couple amendments. Mark Jones is with us. By the way, he's director at the National Gun Owners of America. Our friend Stephen Williford out of Texas, we talked to him a few times, so we love that outfit, GOA. And Mark is running again for House District 20. Hi, Mark.
Good morning, Jay. Thank you for having me on the show. Glad to be back. And just one thing, it is House District 40, but thanks for having me.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
I wrote the wrong number down. 40.
That's okay.
That would span the county I think we can find you usually in, Johnson, and then the one up north, Sheridan, right? It kind of covers both.
Yes, sir. It's all of Johnson and parts of Sheridan. I live in Johnson.
Yes. And I think it's wrapped up, but did you catch any of the, Craig Johnson, Durant?
Longmire.
Longmire days.
Yeah, we saw some of it. There were a lot of tourists in town.
It's been like 7 years. People, they come out for that. It used to be Crazy Woman Days. Now that we've rebranded to Longmire, but all right.
A lot of people in town that weekend, or this past weekend.
Okay, so this story, I see some quotes in there from you. Just to give everybody a quick background, if you haven't read it, it's the Mark Hines story. Wyoming gun activists increasingly alarmed over AI camera searching for guns. On the larger issue, there's this whole flock camera and the fact that we're constantly surveilled. That data lives somewhere. That's weird. At what point are we going to surrender our privacy and our property rights to, for the sake of supposed being in a more secure world and giving law enforcement every tool we can? That's a huge issue, Mark. Before we even bring in the idea that AI can try to find a gun on your person. Whoa.
Mm-hmm. It is, Jake. This is an issue that's we're going to be dealing with it for the next 100 years. And this AI technology can be good in certain situations for security purposes, but what kind of started this story was this plan in Hobbs, New Mexico, to put these cameras up in town and track guns. And and the first thing that came to my mind is just because someone is carrying a gun doesn't mean they're breaking the law. There's a lot of people in Wyoming carrying a gun every day. So
yeah,
you're presupposing that that's a problem. Everybody talks about the Second Amendment, which everybody understands that deals with the right to keep and bear arms. But what about the Fourth Amendment, which protects you from unlawful searches and seizures? What about that?
And if you have a firearm holstered on your person, and this technology, I would assume, can see it at a certain point, or if it's, made visible, that's open carry that is lawful in Wyoming, but that begins to be a search of your body, does it not? A search of your person.
I would say that. I would say that's a search, and the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution says we're supposed to get warrants and have a reason to perform a search of an American citizen. So, again, I'm not against AI technology, but I think this is kind of a slippery slope as it relates to our constitutional rights.
Yeah, and hoping that private companies that design this software can use it responsibly. I don't know if I'm willing to cut them that much rope, that much hope.
Well, I think it's a real concern, and the data can be stored, it can be sold, it can be used by future leaders. Let's say we have a really bad governor in a certain state or a really bad president. It can be weaponized against the people who are known to have firearms. So, I'm old enough to have read the novel 1984 by George Orwell. I don't know how many of your listeners read that in high school, but it's about this dystopian society where the government surveils everything that goes on and controls everybody. And I think we have to be careful with this new technology that we don't head down that road, make that book become reality, where people lose their rights, their freedoms, their privacy. But this is a slippery slope, in my mind.
Mark, I don't know what kind of peyote Orwell was smoking, but man, was he right. And that book, by the way, the sales of that book I just read are going through a resurgence. Like suddenly it's popular again. Yeah, big government watching you all the time.
Yeah.
So let's imagine some scenarios where this goes wrong, man. And I mentioned to Mark, just sort of kidding around, kids having a water gun fight, kids whipping out something. And some of these look very realistic, a fake firearm. You whip that out in a certain scenario, my goodness, SWAT might tackle you. Or I don't.
I think there's definitely a lot of potential for this to cause unintended consequences. Police could come to a situation where law-abiding people were doing nothing wrong. I'm sure the police are concerned about it too, because most police, let's face it, they just want to catch criminals and leave law-abiding people alone. And so this has got implications we're going to be dealing with. And, the other thing that strikes me, the whole flock camera concept kind of bothers me. You can be going through a city 1,000 miles from Wyoming and end up getting a speeding ticket in the mail. And maybe you go through a construction zone and it was 45 and you thought it was 65 or something. And the Sixth Amendment to the Constitution says we have a right to confront our accusers. How do we confront our accusers when we get a speeding ticket in the mail from Sioux Falls, Iowa?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think we're on a real slippery slope in this country with this AI technology. And I think it can be used for good, but we need to put sideboards on it. I think legislative bodies, both at the state and the federal level, are going to have to put sideboards on it to protect people's privacy and ensure that the information is not abused now and in the future when it's passed on and sold and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and we all have a right to confront the circuit board that observed us going faster than the speed limit. It's silly, yeah.
How do they know how do we know that they really put a sign up that said 45 mile an hour construction zone? I mean, that's why the police officer gets you and you have to go to court and stand up in front of that officer, face your accuser. That's kind of the American way. I'm not real fond of this new technology being used in some of these draconian ways.
Yeah, and the argument on the other side, and Mark, you've admitted to it just in talking to you. I get where if one time out of 1,000 we catch a real bad guy, like a guy who's he's got kids tied up in his basement or something, and somehow a flock camera identifies a license plate we've been looking for, and we catch him and we solve that crime. My goodness, it makes all the 999 intrusions of us all suddenly balance out. But it's still weird being watched all the time.
Well, one of our founding fathers said, I think those who would trade security for liberty will end up with neither. And I'm paraphrasing. I think there are sideboards that can be put on this technology where it can be used to actually catch criminals, but not target law-abiding people and violate their constitutional rights. I'm sure this is going to be a struggle in all the state legislatures and in the United States Congress in the coming years. This is going to be a major issue.
Mark Jones is with us. If we could shift gears a little bit, sort of on a similar topic, but I want to get into the, who you are, what you're running for. You came onto the scene in Johnson County in Buffalo and ran in 2024 for House District 40. You're now running again. By the way, you can find him at markjones4wyoming.com. I saw issues in the last session with SAPA, the Second Amendment protection. Sheriffs across the state were concerned about it. Your viewpoint is Second Amendment all the way, man. You saw, but just give us the latest thinking on how you support Second Amendment Protection Act and what you're thinking.
Yeah, well, I'm a strong advocate for constitutional rights across the board. And the Second Amendment Protection Act is one of about 10 bills I've helped pass in the last 5 years in the Wyoming legislature. The first time it passed with an 82% margin. The second time it was over 70%. Widespread support in the legislature. And a lot of the things that have been said about it have been actually incorrect. For example, it's been said the bill would stop enforcement of drug trafficking on the interstates or illegal immigration, and that's categorically false. People should go read the bill for themselves. It specifically only protects law-abiding citizens. It says it right in the bill. So if you're trafficking drugs or if you're an illegal alien, you're not a law-abiding citizen. You're not impacted by the bill. The bill doesn't allow lawsuits against individual officers. That's another fallacy. All the bill did, Jake, was let citizens sue departments and go after their budgets if the departments cooperated with federal gun control. That's all it did. And you had to be a law-abiding citizen to be covered by it. So let's imagine a scenario with a terrible Democrat president in 2028 who decides to confiscate AR-15s. And if a department in Wyoming would choose to cooperate with that, citizens could sue that department for infringing on their rights. That's all that bill did. It didn't guarantee you would win in court. And lawsuits are expensive. My organization has done a lot of lawsuits at the federal level against unconstitutional actions by the Biden administration and Obama. And I can tell you, they're not easy. So there's no guarantee you're even going to win.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of fallacies about the bill, but I would like to remind people that 82% of the legislature voted for it the first year it passed and over 70% the second year. All these legislators can't be seeing this thing wrong. It's a good bill. We'll keep trying. We'll work with the sheriffs to get it to where they can live with it. I'm a strong advocate for law enforcement and have worked with them to pass a lot of the prior bills that we've passed, because we've passed about 10 gun bills in the last 5 years. We've took Wyoming from 15th in the country to top 2 or 3 in terms of Second Amendment rights.
Yeah, gun-free zones. We've seen a lot of firearm legislation move through Wyoming, and rightfully so. This is a state that cherishes its Second Amendment rights. Mark Jones is with us. One detractors might bring up one argument with the Second Amendment Protection Act, and I've heard it's a solution in search of a problem. But as you pointed out, the problem is one presidential administration away. All it takes is one vote, that goes that way, and suddenly it's honest. Better to have something in place.
Well, that's exactly right. It's a preemptive thing, and we have seen actions in other states where the states are voluntarily going out looking for federal dollars. Don't think it can't happen here because it can, and it actually has. There's a case going on right now in court in Wyoming, which we'll come back sometime and talk about it if you want to. But it has actually happened once here, and it can happen in Wyoming. Imagine Gavin Newsom as president, and imagine what can happen.
Yeah. Mark Jones, certainly Second Amendment lobbyist, activist, and concerned with that, but he has other issues that he's for and against and concerned with. Find out more, markjones4wyoming.com. Early voting begins today, right, Mark?
It does, and I've got a broad platform on all issues. I get accused of being a gun guy.
Yeah.
But I almost never talk about guns on the campaign trail. Talk about taxes and family values and schools and all these other things. I'm a father. I want Wyoming to remain the last best place. I'm a true constitutional conservative and platform Republican. And that's what we need to keep this state the way it's been in the past.
Yeah, more than a one-trick pony. I've seen interviews. I've heard you answer to healthcare, all those kind of concerns, all the concerns everybody has of lawmakers. Yeah, find out more, markjones4wyoming.com. Mark, thanks for being on.
Jake, thank you. Always enjoy your show.
Thanks, man.
Good luck.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and next up we're going to get to Senator Bo Biteman. That should be interesting. Claire McFarland will join us for that after this.
It's a great time to live in Wyoming. Just one of the exciting developments in our state is the resurgence of energy.
Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket.
Cowboy State Daily has a team of reporters that not only give you the facts, but the perspective and state as well as global analysis that is so important in understanding this pivotal time in Wyoming's history. Count on Cowboy State Daily for the news and perspective you need at cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jackamick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jackamick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Yes, sir. Taking a walk on the wild side. A couple of hikers, tourists were not captured. They were documented walking on dangerous Grand Prismatic Spring in Yellowstone. Is the message not getting through? Or do visitors to Yellowstone just not care about the rules or about their own well-being. I don't know. 2 tourists got dangerously and illegally close to the Grand Prismatic Spring on Sunday. I mean, at this point, we got to let nature take its course and weed out the DNA gene pool, right? Speaking of pools. I mean, as soon as somebody breaks through and falls in, that would probably curtail a lot of the nonsense. Although, you know, people have been gored and tossed by bison and it continues to happen. So maybe not. Maybe that's wishful thinking. Coming up, Bo Biteman will be on the show running for U.S. House, currently president of the Senate. And Claire McFarland will pop in and we'll ask Senator Biteman how goes the race. Senator Chris Rothfuss is Biteman's peer in the Senate, but on the other side of the aisle. The Democrat will join us next hour, talk about legislation that he's drafting that would be first of its kind and far-reaching. It would be innovative. It would protect your rights, my rights, to our own personal property. To me, it sounds an awful lot like NIL, college sports kind of thing. You have a right to your name, image, and likeness, and if somebody else is using it without your permission, that should be wrong. If somebody else is commercializing it, making money off it, it should be wrong. Senator Rothfuss has got some interesting stuff that he's working on. I'll be interested to see if that does move through and get anywhere at the next session. Let's go to my Zoom room. I can almost guarantee I'm going to have a camera breakage here with this, but we'll see. Best not to speak it into existence. Let's hope for the best as I go into the three-way Zoom. Hey, everybody's here. We got the wrong name on Bo, but we can fix that. Hi, Claire.
Hi.
Hi, Senator Biteman. How's everything?
Great. How are you guys? Good to see you this morning.
Yeah. So the run for U.S. House, that's where we're going to start. Who knows where we'll end up? President of the Wyoming Senate, Bo served in the Wyoming legislature since 2007. He's a landman with more than 2 decades in the oil, gas, mining industry. Bo would point out he's the only one in the race with the energy background. And by the way, Bo, did you get blowed down with that? Oh my God. I saw it like blowing trucks off the road in Ranchester.
Yeah, I did. I'm still in the volunteer fire department up in Ranchester. And we, I was awoken from my nice little Sunday nap on the couch, getting some rest, and the pager going off, and I had to go down. We had a semi blown over on I-90 and a camper trailer blocking Highway 345 between Acme and Ranchester. It was quite a wild storm there.
Yeah, it might have been 80-mile-an-hour winds. I don't know, a microburst or something, but it was blowing up there in northern Sheridan County. Claire,
glad nobody got hurt. Yeah,
Claire, what do you think about the Biteman campaign? What do you want to ask?
I thought that so let's start with the Republican Central Committee endorsing people last night. I watched Gabe Saint, he's campaign manager for Chuck Gray, but he spoke to me yesterday in his own capacity as an individual. I watched him for a while, kind of being outspoken on Facebook, like they're going to endorse more than one House candidate that's going to split the vote. I wondered who he was talking about. I wonder if it was you, if it was Steve, who it could be. It turns out they were considering David Geralt. But anyway, you gave a spicy, not as spicy as Richard Dodson, but you were outspoken about that process. Would you like to expound upon some of that here?
Well, I didn't think it was that spicy. I just, was telling it like it is. The Republican Party's never done this before. I don't think it's something that they should be doing, but that's neither here nor there. They've done it. They've crossed the Rubicon, and I just with a lot of things in politics, what sounds good at the moment can come back and bite you in the butt down the road, just because you have power now and you want to utilize it and wield it to your own benefit. It's everything boomerangs back around, and you got to look at things farther down the road than just right here, right now. And I don't think this is going to end up well. I don't like the way this is going, but at the end of the day, the voters get to decide. Thank God today, people are finally going to be able to vote, and we can put all this noise to bed, and the voters will ultimately have the say. And thank God they still have a say. There may come a day where the insiders and the party elites and party bosses pick everything for you, and you don't get to say. So at least we get to show up and vote this year. Go utilize it. Go vote. Make your voice heard.
By saying that, like, at least we get to vote this year, are you hinting that there might be a future in which the party nominates the Republican candidate?
Oh, absolutely. I've heard talk about that. So ultimately, you get some power hungry people in a room, and if they want to be able to have that enormous amount of power to be able to go in a back room and handpick a candidate that's loyal to them or their handpicked candidate, of course they'll want to do that. You just don't give them the power to do it. Republicans have always stood against that kind of crap. We've always, looked at the Democrats and laughed at them for doing what they've done. Look what they did to Bernie Sanders when he was winning the primary against Hillary Clinton. They basically stole it from him and handed it to Hillary Clinton. And we were on the sidelines mocking them and calling them names, and look at what we're doing now. We're becoming what we railed against. So I don't like it, but it is what it is.
And look at what happened to Hillary Clinton, I guess.
Yeah, she got smoked. So yeah, be careful what you wish for, I guess.
So if that's the tendency to, once you have power, implement policies that galvanize or expand that power, how does a people roll that back or explode it?
Well, it's every time the establishment, now we have a new establishment, like Chuck Gray comes on your show and rails against the woke wind, the liberal media, and the insiders. Well, Chucky boy, you're the insider, buddy. I don't know how else to tell it to you. You are officially the insider, and your friends are the insiders now. And we all came into power 10 years ago, railing against the establishment because they had kind of forgotten about the conservative base and done things. Look way back to this SF 104 debacle, when the party insiders back then got a little carried away and done some things that made the base kind of upset, and the base, snapped back and kicked them out of power. So things do have a equal and opposite reaction. So when you get into power, you got to use it wisely and you got to use it fairly, or else, you won't have it for very long.
Remind me what SF 104 was. Which?
Oh, that was when they stripped the state superintendent of all of her constitutional duties, and it was kind of a boo-boo for the Republican Party at that time, and the party still really hasn't healed from that. It divided the party pretty dramatically.
I can still see those factions. I saw that Drake Hill and Kevin Lewis were on a court case together recently. Honor Wyoming's directors have all listed their addresses as a property that belongs to Kevin Lewis. So you can still kind of see actually the shrapnel of the SF 104 and the different factions that have come out of that. Side note. I was surprised to find you at my coffee group last week. What brought you to my coffee group?
Well, sorry, I didn't know it was yours. I'd been there last year. I was talking uranium with those old boys. A good group of people. Man, they're nice people. And just been in Fremont County. I hit Fremont a lot. It's a place that I'm going to do very well because of my mining background and my values, and that plays in Fremont, and that's just a great group. If there's not a more perfect group for the Bo Biteman campaign, I can't think of one. Those guys are good.
Speaking of Fremont County, we hit Jillian with this question yesterday, so it's only fair. The House delegate has a potentially larger role with respect to Fremont County because the reservation is concentrated here. And I mean, if we're saying that it's just pure tribal sovereignty, we're lying. The feds have locked the land up in trust. They control all sorts of permitting, all sorts of regulation. They take on felony level crimes, prosecution, policing. So, I mean, as that conduit between the tribes and the government that has assumed control, more and more control over them over the years, what's your approach?
Well, my approach is what it's always been. Just listen, number one, shut your mouth and listen, and you might learn something, and then be a good representative and be a voice for people and a conduit. You don't have to know everything. You just have to know who to get in the room and to make good decisions and make sure people's voices are being heard and collaborate with people and come to the best agreement or best solution for whatever problem you're facing. So you just have to have that approach. You have to have the right mindset. If you're going to represent a lot of diverse people with completely competing interests, oftentimes it's getting everybody in the room and hashing it out and figuring out the best way forward.
Thank you. Jake, did you have a question?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. So I think everyone's fascinated by this campaign. I don't know if you're at liberty to talk about the dynamics we have. Chuck Gray, you already referenced in your own words. We have Reed Reisner working hard to get above the Facebook algorithm. We have Steve Freese. I get a mailer, I think, almost every day introducing me to Steve Freese. Kevin Christensen, little contrarian. So is Richard Dodson. So is Keith Goodenough. Jillian and yourself, both a decade or more in state governance. I mean, do you want to talk about the dynamics and tell us what sets you apart?
Well, I was thinking about the way in, kind of what this race reminds me of. And ultimately, the voters are shopping for a new House candidate, right? And it's like shopping for a vehicle. You got the Lamborghini, makes you look good in Teton County. It's flashy. It's a sign of wealth and prestige, but it's not really, it doesn't make a lot of sense for Wyoming. And you got a Subaru that's got that spoiler on the back, but it's really loud and annoying. Nobody wants to be caught dead driving that thing. You got an old Ford Pinto. It might quit on you when you need it the most. That ain't going to work for you either. But then there's a good old pickup truck that's reliable, dependable, something that's not very flashy, but it gets the job done. And that's who I am. And ultimately, that's what the voters are going to decide on is, who do you trust? Who's proven? Who's somebody that can do the job, not let you down, not quit on you halfway through? That's me. And that's what the voters are going to get to decide.
Thank you. I guess, Jake, do I have time to circle back to something?
Yes, if I can sneak in one more on this topic of the race
Sure.
in U.S. House race. Claire, we started this discussion with this. The latest news, the Wyoming Republican Party leadership announced endorsements in races. It's perhaps one step towards simply tapping their guy or gal and doing away with primaries, which, if you could see one benefit, it would avoid candidates buying a race. And that leads me to this whole, does money win the race? Because right now, nobody's being more outspent than Bo Biteman. Freese, Gray, Reisner, I mean, they're the top three. And way back at the end, according to WyoFind, is Biteman's campaign.
Excuse me, I did a story on the FEC reports. We do not
I'm
have
sorry.
to cite WyoFind.
Sorry, Claire McFarlane, Cowboy State.
Jeez. So yes, the top four
money,
yeah,
just a comment on whether money matters. Will those top three spenders beat each other up in the primary, and will voters see, hey, Biteman's the guy? I don't know.
Well, first of all, Jake, if we did away with the primaries and the party bosses and insiders were picking their candidate, I guarantee you money will buy that seat. That will be the ultimate for sale sign, and there'll never be a Bo Biteman again to be able to run for office in Wyoming. Forget about it. It'll be over. It'll be the rich. You'll have you will have the richest of the rich buying that seat time and time again, and that you will never get that back. So let's put that to bed. But then also, I'd like to point out, we've been in the race since March. We raised $100K. That's a $100K in a couple months is pretty good clip, and that's all Wyoming people buying in, contributing, and being part of the grassroots campaign. We're running an outsider campaign. We don't have the party apparatus at our disposal. I don't have precinct committee people in every county basically acting as campaign staff for me like my opponent has. I don't have the apparatus of the Republican Party. I'm doing it on my own, building my own organization, my own grassroots people, whether it's $10 contribution or the maximum contribution. I've got people buying into what I am about and who I am as a candidate, and that's how things have always been. I hope it continues to be this way. And if people like what they're hearing and want to be a part of it, there's still time to contribute and join the team.
One thing about what you're saying, you might have had a second endorsement if you had handed in the little question. Like, a little of your independent streak is not as a reject, but by choice, as a rogue. I'm looking at this spreadsheet. I don't know if you've seen it. It's a spreadsheet that the party has where they've crunched people's voting records. And your voting record says like top hand. I guess that's an Honor Wyoming designation.
I got the belt buckle.
You do?
Yeah, one of those famous belt buckles. Yeah.
Yeah, Club for Growth, which is a DC-based outlet, but one they're relying on, has you at 96%. So according to all the green I am seeing on this chart, they found your record very conservative, but they marked you not eligible because you didn't hand in the little questionnaire that the party wanted back. So talk about that distinction.
Well, I've been involved in the party since 2008 when I went down to the Sheridan County Republican Party and wanted to get involved. And I've been involved. I've donated so much time and effort and blood, sweat, and tears to that party, from being a committee man to the vice chairman of the Sheridan County Republican Party, to a state rep, to a state senator, and now the Senate president. I've delivered on all the campaign or all the party platforms. My record speaks for itself, and I don't need to fill out a stupid piece of paper to show that I'm a real Republican. It's kind of offensive at this point, but it is. I'm not playing the games. The fix was in, Claire. Clearly, Chuck is their guy. He's always been their guy, and they just need an excuse to make it happen. And they did what they did. So.
I mean, I wondered if the fix was in until they considered David Giral, and I was like, oh, they're thinking of it endorsing multiple people. But I guess one could theorize. One could theorize either way.
A little bit roguish and a whole lot of pickup truck. It's Bo Biteman. He's running for U.S. House. Early voting begins now, today. Claire, Bo, thanks for being on.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues after news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily News Center. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson. Wyoming Republican Party State Central Committee met Monday, running late into the evening. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that they made the controversial move to endorse candidates for statewide and federal offices.
Technically, under state law, the major parties aren't allowed to financially back one candidate over another in the primary election. And so they passed a bylaw here back in April, flouting the state law, saying we will endorse whom we will endorse. In the meantime, their state central committee meeting Monday evening unfolded, and they chose to endorse Brent Bien for governor, Harriet Hageman for U.S. Senate, and Chuck Gray for U.S. House.
Delegate Richard George expressed a disagreement with the process, saying, quote, "If there's anybody in this state that needs to vet the candidates, it's the people. The people are going to do a fine job at it." 2 tourists got dangerously and illegally close to Grand Prismatic Spring on Sunday in Yellowstone. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Montana resident Tanya Saracen, who filmed them taking selfies right next to the scalding water, said she was so furious she had tears in her eyes.
It's just over a year ago that we witnessed a bison fall into the pool and essentially get poached to death. So it's something to take seriously as an entity, but that wasn't enough to deter 2 unknown women from strolling straight out there. They were seen walking along the edge of the pool, taking selfies, and really not considering the damage that they were doing with every step.
Several people have been seriously injured or killed after getting too close to Yellowstone's thermal features. One would think a high risk of death might be enough to dissuade tourists from tempting their luck. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Rock Springs man accused of holding his girlfriend captive for days while torturing her has pled not guilty. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that court records allege he warned her, quote, "I will murder your cat, I will murder your family if you get the cops involved."
24-year-old Jake Canastrini pled not guilty on Thursday to holding his ex-girlfriend captive for several days in Rock Springs, beginning on May 30th until she escaped on June 2nd. Currently, Canastrini is being held at the Sweetwater County Detention Center. A jury trial has been scheduled for November. According to investigators, Canastrini held her down. He would often yank her by the hair, according to allegations. He strangled her multiple times and threatened to kill her. While this was ongoing, Canastrini didn't sleep much. So when he finally fell asleep on June 2nd, she was able to run and go get help.
Under Wyoming law, kidnapping is punishable by 20 years to life in prison if the victim is not voluntarily released substantially unharmed in a safe place before trial. Representative Daniel Seen is an incumbent Republican from Cheyenne and was once a member of the Freedom Caucus. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that he says he's changed since identifying as a pro-choice progressive atheist in a recently surfaced 2021 podcast interview, saying, quote, "People change their minds."
That features Singh talking to a former friend and podcaster, describing himself as a progressive, as extremely pro-choice, as wanting to legalize hard drugs. He described himself as a stoic and an atheist. And that's contrary to Singh's current presentation of himself, frequently quoting scripture on Facebook and voting for pro-life bills every single year, as well as other hot-button Republican conservative topics. I asked him, I said, what is the story with this contrast? And he said that he has changed. His friend and podcaster doubted that, casting him as an opportunist.
Singh first won the GOP nomination for House District 61 on August 16th, 2022, over 2 other candidates. He went on to win the general election and was sworn into office early in 2023. He started identifying as a member of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus during his freshman term. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake in our final hour here on a Tuesday. Renee Jean has been excused from her normal appearance here. So that's okay. In the meantime, and in the stead of Jean, we'll talk about Cheyenne Frontier Days. And I'll start the discussion with this disclaimer. I am a 100% fan of rodeo. I'm all for Cheyenne Frontier Days, Daddy of them all. I've been to 2 of them way back in the day, to the 99th and the 100th. And I have the buckles to show for it. I haven't had a chance to go back since because I live so far from Cheyenne now. I wish. Love rodeo, love Cheyenne Frontier Days, love everything, the concert. But I have to say, this time around for the 130th, this is the most besieged event year I can remember. And I don't know how much truth there is to it, how much to read into it, and how much is, again, my social media analytics. But everywhere I turn, rather than see a highlight of so-and-so's ride or, somebody's saying this concert was great, Morning Star is as beautiful as we ever thought it'd be. I'm seeing more of, I can't believe the prices have increased to this. I can't believe this has changed about Cheyenne Frontier Days. The daddy of them all is no longer Cheyenne. It's no longer local. It's lost its soul. On and on with the complaints about Cheyenne Frontier Days. It's not just me noticing the noise. Tom Herzig, CEO of Cheyenne Frontier Days, penned a long Facebook post explaining why changes were made, explaining why, for instance, Slack was eliminated from the rodeo, and why. And by the way, those of you not all crazed about rodeo, don't know rodeo, Slack is kind of a pre-rodeo event that, that you don't really pay a ticket to go see. You can see it, but it's a way to deal with extra contestants. If you've got 40 team roper teams that want to rope, and the team roping event during the rodeo can only time-wise handle 10, then you need 30 teams to run through Slack to see who else gets in. It's sort of a play-in, kind of a NCAA when you do the March Madness. It's kind of a play-in to the real rodeo. And many rodeos do this. It's pretty much a standard. Cheyenne Frontier Days this year, for the first time, did away with Slack. Said we can't run it, citing expense as one of the reasons. Tom Herzig said to run Slack, for instance, in some of these roping events, it would cost the rodeo, cost Cheyenne Frontier Days an extra $121,000 in stock charges. That was met. That explanation was met with even more pushback when people said this rodeo has a gross revenue in 2023 of $25.5 million. In 2024, this rodeo grossed nearly $27 million. Are you telling me, some people have taken to social media saying, are you telling us, Tom Herzig, that $121,000 in extra stock charges, and by the way, that's because it's impossible to find steers at any kind of reasonable price because of, in part, the screwworm, etc. I mean, it's just hard to find steers that run in these events. And it's more costly. But some folks want to know, compared to what you gross at this rodeo, $27 million 2 years ago. You're telling us $121K is going to put you out of business, is not worth the effort, is not worth continuing slack. And that's just one of the digs at the rodeo I'm seeing. People saying costs are up in general all over the place. Heck, the barrel racers the other day quit the rodeo. I don't know if we've ever seen that. A barrel racer running barrels had her horse go down, dangerous, but everybody was okay. She was okay. The horse looked like he went down. And the barrel racers almost uniformly said that's an indication of the ground here at Cheyenne Frontier Days. It's never been good for barrel racing. They don't care about us barrel racing. And after that incident, every other barrel racer scheduled to run quit, said, we're not going to run. They all pulled together and said, it's too dangerous. We're not going to run barrels. This Cheyenne Frontier Days, it feels different from me 7 hours away, the side of the state. I'm not there, but everything I'm reading, and this is, locals, this is in Wyoming circles. I just saw a story in USA Today. What do they know about rodeo? What is USA Today, the most vanilla national news outfit there is? And there was a story there about Cheyenne Frontier Days and how it's not the same. How it's, the daddy of them all has lost its daddy or lost its soul. People have taken notice that it's not the same rodeo, enough so that CEO Tom Herzig has had to explain a few things, or felt the need to explain a few things. But man, I'm not seeing a lot of positive stories come out of Cheyenne right now. I'm seeing more of, here's what's wrong with the rodeo. Here's where it's taken a wrong turn. It's disappointing, it's scary, it's weird. And I want to be, 100% Cheyenne Frontier Days, rodeo all the way. This is our great historic featured event, the greatest rodeo in the world. And it's come under fire this season. That's all there is. Other stories in the Cowboy State Daily, I'll line up for you, and we'll get to those right after a little bit of a rodeo report. Do I have? Oh, now I can't remember if I've. I don't think I have. Let's get a brand new rodeo report and refresh from our friends at the Western Ag Network. And we'll see. I keep waiting for Will Rasmussen to say something about the Cheyenne Frontier Days, right? That is the biggest rodeo going on right now. How is Will Rasmussen not there? He's got to be. This story today, he's got to talk about Cheyenne Frontier Days. I'm hoping. Let's go to the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow. We'll see what Will's talking about.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today on the program, brand new Pro Rodeo Hall of Famer Jeff Medders. You see him on the telecast of the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo in Las Vegas. His partner, Butch Knowles, is also a Hall of Famer. And I talked to Jeff about the great chemistry that seems to be getting better every year. The great Jeff Medders on the Roadshow coming up.
Livestock Producers Western Video Market just wrapped up its Silver Legacy sale in Reno, Nevada, and what a sale it was. Tremendous buyer demand and record prices for both cattle and sheep. Their next big summer video sale is August 10th and 11th from Little America in Cheyenne, Wyoming. However, the consignment deadline is this Thursday, July 23rd. So let the professionals at Western Video Market go to work for you and bring top dollar for your livestock. Contact your local Western Video Market rep or visit WVMcattle.com. sheepindustry.com. Be part of something bigger. Join the American Sheep Industry Association today. Producers who join their state sheep association automatically gain ASI membership and access to national resources and representation. If your state doesn't have an association, no worries. You can still sign up individually at sheepusa.org and stay connected to the future of the industry. Your voice matters. Your membership counts. Again, learn more at sheepusa.org.
I think you're right. I think it does get better every year. It's kind of crazy. When we first started doing just like the Wrangler World of Rodeo in the 90s, they rented a studio which is the television station I was working at. And Butch and I would go in there and do an open and a close. And it would take an hour before we got something that was good, you know? And it's crazy how you spend, 1, 2, 3+ decades, sitting next to a guy that's so unbelievably competent and makes you better. That chemistry, I don't think you can do anything but evolve.
Wow.
In 2020, we're doing round 1 of the NFR from Globe Life because of COVID. And I had so much stuff going on. I really hadn't talked much to Matt Schultz, who's our producer, in terms of he would give me a format for the show, but I never even picked it up and looked at it.
Yeah.
And literally, we are seconds away from going on the air. And I was like, are we doing an open? Are we coming on camera for this? He's like, yeah, on camera. Butch and I never talked about it. We never, we stood up, we went live, we went on camera. That may be the best open we've ever done, for the NFR.
Jeff Medders and Butch Knowles, now both members of Pro Rodeo's Hall of Fame on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jay continues.
The Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame, which will soon be packing up, moving its show down the road or up the road, heading to Cheyenne, Wyoming, which is perfect. We'll have the daddy of them all. We'll have the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame, the PRCA headquarters, the whole smash. That's all in the works. It's all inked and happening, and that's pretty exciting news. This might be interesting to you. What states on average tip the most? Where can you find the biggest tippers? I was kind of surprised. I thought the biggest tippers would be from the more liberal states or the states that have the most population in the bigger cities. But no. In fact, the worst tipping state, care to guess? California. This data compiled by Toast found where Americans tip the most, which states, we're talking about restaurant tips. California, bottom of the pack, lowest at 17.3% is what Californians tip. That was worse. The worst. New York was around the bottom as well. Washington State, second from worst. Other states that don't tip well, notoriously. Las Vegas, how about Nevada? They were near the bottom. Texas, Florida, also near the bottom as worst tipping states. Best states, the states that tip the most, guess who was, by my numbers, number one? I don't see anybody higher than 20.7% on average. So almost 21% on average tippers. Wyoming, number one. How about that? We're generous with our tips, I guess. We were tied for that designation with what I think is Indiana, but I don't know my states just by shape. I'm looking at one of those states, one of those maps that they don't identify the states other than the outline. I think that's no, it might be Ohio, actually. I'm not sure, but I know we were number one. Montana was in the top 10. Idaho, sort of middling ground. Colorado, middling ground. Utah, not very good, towards the bottom. Just to round out our neighbors out here in the West. But best tipping states on average, Wyoming, number one. That's kind of pleasant news. I don't think I would have guessed that. And finally, I find this good news. Automakers are returning to buttons. They're putting buttons back in the cabin. China just finalized a new law that would mandate proper physical controls for 19 essential car functions by mid-2027. Turn signals, windshield wipers, hazard lights, gear shifters, stuff on the screen, the radio, any essential function. And basically, China is taking it back off the all-digital touchscreen idea and putting knobs back in cars, which I might be OG, but I am all for tuning knobs. And here's the problem with the touch screen when you're driving, right? How many times have you tried to tap the map or try to make some kind of tap on the touch screen? Oh, I want to turn the heat up a little bit. In the car, you might go over a bump. Maybe it's me just in a pickup because it doesn't ride as smooth, but I'm like, it's smooth. You're driving and you can't make your finger, and then the screen doesn't feel your finger. Just give me the knobs back, man. I want to be able to turn up the volume with the knob. It just feels better. All this in a pushback to what Tesla got us all going on and this touch screen technology. China's bringing it back, bringing the knobs back. I'm all for it.
Who can you turn to for news you can
Midterm elections are quickly coming up in November.
We have to win the midterms. It's the most important election.
And Cowboy State Daily gives you the local political coverage
that has national implications.
I think that we need to be more aggressive in terms of talking about what the real issues are.
Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the coverage, insight, and knowledge about the candidates as we ramp up to the midterm elections in November. Cowboy State Daily, your daily source for all things Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. The moment I chose hope was when I couldn't look myself in the mirror anymore. I did not recognize myself. Absolutely. So I'm so proud because I did not think I was gonna make it. And now, I get to call my mom and say I love her. I get to teach my son how to say, Mama, I love you. Yeah. So for me, hope in this moment, it is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
Judy.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
This music should indicate a certain degree of trepidation, maybe. Because somebody is looking in on you, somebody's spying on you, perhaps Senator Chris Rothfuss joins the program, and Senator Rothfuss working on some innovative, groundbreaking legislation. If this gets across the finish line, we're still in draft form. We're a long way away from January, but if this moves somewhere, Wyoming will take a huge step towards safeguarding my personal property rights. I want to learn more about it. I read the story, but I'm sure there's a lot more here, Senator Rothfuss. Thanks for being on. And yeah, just give us the overview, the background on what you're working on, beginning with the idea that we should be allowed our own personal property. Nobody should be commercializing it or using it without our permission for the most part.
Absolutely, Jake, and good morning. It's great to be here and have an opportunity to talk about this legislation that we've been working on through the Blockchain Select Committee, and we've been working on it for a few years. But what you said is exactly right. We should have control over our data, pictures of us, things that we write, letters to each other, social media, all of the types of things that we engage in on a daily basis. We should have some type of control over. And the reality is we don't. Conversations with my kids and others about the idea that social media is free. I always suggest that, well, if you think something's free, you have to realize that you're not the customer, you're the product. And it's being packaged, it's being sold, and a lot of money is being made off of what you type. We opened Pandora's box quite a while ago, though, unfortunately, right? We let all of this information go. We lost control of it. Some states, as well as the EU, have worked to push back on that a little bit through some consumer protection. And we looked at all of those statutes as well. So that started with GDPR in the European Union, went to California Consumer Privacy Act, and then a lot of other states have passed similar laws. But none of those really look good enough. They're not protective enough because they do assume that the data is effectively the property of those companies that are commercializing it. And they're basically just trying to limit what those companies can do and give you some opportunity for permission. But this legislation flips it entirely. And it basically says that data, your data, is your property. It's not just a privacy right. We don't do anything against privacy rights. We maintain all those privacy rights, but we add that extra right and say it is your property. And if somebody's going to use it without your permission and try and commercialize it without your permission, that's the same as using your land without your permission and commercializing that. Courts know what to do with that. They know exactly how to handle it, and there's big penalties that go along with it. So it took us quite a while to get to the point where we have this draft, but we're very excited about it. And it would, as you noted, it would be the most aggressive, protective commercial privacy law in the country, probably in the world.
Senator Rothfuss is with us. You know, in a way, it feels like precedent was set with the whole college sports NIL thing. Your right to your name, image, likeness, and nobody else can make money off of that, for one thing.
Yep, that's exactly right. So this manages that in a very appropriate and reasonable way. It actually wouldn't interfere or probably even really change name, image, likeness laws and policies that are on the books, because that's exactly it. It says you own your likeness. Somebody has to license that from you, pay you for that, and you have the opportunity to get it back. That might be a little bit of a change, that this legislation provides some caps on how long you can license it for and some rights you have about getting it back so that you always have control and ownership of it. You can't sell your likeness. That's one of the unique things about this bill. You always maintain title of it, so to speak. You always maintain title of your data, but you can effectively lease it or license it. You can do other things with it. You can have entities utilize it. And so it really provides that regulatory structure, but you always are entitled then to basically draw it back and get that data back and force deletion, which is consistent with some other laws that are around. So that name, image, likeness. A few states have some name, image, likeness laws. California and New York have had those laws for a long time. And we've looked at those pieces of legislation also as a partial inspiration for how we structure this.
Senator Rothfuss, I think we'll drill down on what this draft looks like right now in a moment, and we'll talk about actual examples of what may be your property that's being used. But I think we all know in general, we have sort of become used to surrendering a lot of our personal info. We're asked to click on certain things. Can we share your email? And under the guise that we're making your cyber life better, we're able to market to. In fact, they said there, they make no bones about it. Companies say we'll be able to target ads that you're probably interested in. Okay, we click. Under the guise of we're making a safer world, law enforcement has been granted tools like Flock. We have allowed it to go certain ways, and you're trying to pull it back a little, I think.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of resistance to that. And I think this is one of the challenges that this type of legislation faces. You've got a few different areas where resistance will come from, and so the battle for this legislation to pass is very much uphill. You've got the commercial side. So all of our main social media, whether it's Facebook, Instagram is also Facebook, right? That's all Meta, Google, TikTok, others. Their business model depends on access, commercialization, and exploitation of all of this data. They are not going to be happy with the idea that you have control of it and that it can be shut down, it can be forced to withdraw. It's regulated based on your interests as the individual, not their interests as the industry. And the resistance to that will be tremendous. And in fact, to be eyes wide open on this, if we pass this law, those companies might geofence out Wyoming. They might just say, we're not operating in the state of Wyoming. And I don't know that I would lose too terribly much sleep over that for a little while until that got sorted out. If we had a little break from social media for those that couldn't stomach this approach to data ownership. But that's one area where we know we'll see a lot of backlash. But the other is from government and from law enforcement. Law enforcement doesn't like privacy, and that's rational, right? They want to know what everybody's doing. The flock cameras are a great example. If they know where you're at, what you're doing, and what you're saying all the time, it's a lot easier for them to police us. And we get that resistance in the legislature. It's not one I'm a big fan of. I'm constantly pushing against that. I believe strongly in privacy rights, but there is that government interest that will come against this. And with privacy, privacy's always been, for my experience in 16 years I've been in the legislature, it's bipartisan for privacy and bipartisan against privacy. You get these interesting groups that form up depending on whether they're more in support of government and industry or the individual. And it doesn't really know party lines. It's more philosophy of libertarian values, I guess, is what it comes down to.
Yeah, I mean, that leads me into my next question, Senator Rothfuss. I was going to say, on the plus side of what you're proposing here, I would think it reaches out to your friends across the aisle and would be very bipartisan, protecting property rights. Yes, we're all about that. The Republicans will cheer, but you've been in Cheyenne and the lobbying power. What do you feel like the industry is going to lobby hard against this, and that's going to have influence?
Yeah, so I've been working with members across the aisle that are very pro-privacy for over 10 years on various pieces of privacy legislation. Those are really hard to pass. And we passed a pretty good one this last year called Government Data Privacy, which restricts what our government can do with your data without your permission. And it doesn't go as far as I would have liked. But the reason it doesn't go as far as I would have liked is because of these pressures. And again, colleagues across the aisle that are very strong on law enforcement don't like government data privacy. So they oppose that legislation. Industry opposes that legislation. But then you've got other members of the legislature that supported it. We found a good compromise there. The same will be the case here. And I don't know how it will shake out. It tends to be around 50-50. And I think this is one of those issues where if the public really wants this, they're going to have to speak up. They're going to have to talk to their legislators and say, this is important to us. We want to try and cram some of these rights back into Pandora's box. And we want to make sure that our younger generation actually has some privacy protections. The folks I engage with at the university, all of my students, they have no privacy. They admit they have no privacy. They don't know what they can do about it. And they feel like that's a lost cause. I'd like to see them get privacy back, and for the next generation to actually fully have control of it.
Boy, it's going to be hard to reel that back in. The horse is out of the barn, so to speak. Senator Rothfuss, let's talk specifics on what it is that is already out there. That Apple right now has my fingerprint and my facial recognition. That's already out there, and
absolutely. Plus, they have your location data every minute of your life. Basically, if you're carrying that phone, they know where you're at.
Yeah.
They can sell that information unless you've blocked them. Now, that hasn't been popular in recent years. And so some of those data sales for major companies have gone into the public realm, gotten backlash. And so they're not selling those things right now, to my knowledge, but they certainly can. I think they've got the legal right to do that. You've got other companies such as Palantir, which just buys all of this data and scrapes it and then sells it back to the government or whoever else wants to pay for it. You look at their stock price and their market cap, you can see they make an awful lot of money, and they're not even the ones that are directly collecting it. So they're buying these data sets and then redistributing those data sets where it's most valuable. That's the scary thing I don't think people appreciate. It's bad enough that Meta and Google know just what we're up to. When they sell those to third parties, we don't even know who has our information. We don't know where it's at. It could be anywhere on the world. Remember, this was the big issue around TikTok also as a foreign-owned entity.
Yeah.
It was a lot of the location data and specific location video data, things along those lines that could be used to train AI, to glean information, all of that building a massive network of information. You have no control over that. And once it goes overseas, you're never going to get it back. Even this law will never get that back.
Yeah, and this is sharing of your info for profit. And it could be something as, benign as your email, and suddenly you're getting so much spam. You're like, oh, man. It's also, though, Senator Rothfuss, if you're thinking and drafting this legislation about our right to our own property not being commercialized. Also, I see no mention in the bill, but I'm not reading the whole thing, of data breach. What about, this data sitting somewhere. What if somebody hacks it?
So this bill doesn't get too much into the data breach, except for potentially the responsible use side, where if somebody has access to your data and it is diminished, then that property right may kick in, but that may be part of a commercial agreement. If you don't have a commercial agreement with them and there's a data breach, they're probably going to be in trouble. We tried to run some more aggressive data breach legislation several years ago, and we lost that badly. Now, this might be another good time to start looking at data breach legislation, because now that everybody has had their data breached and is probably mad about it, I have a feeling that the political will has shifted since we first ran it, and nobody would be allowed to oppose data breach legislation in the legislature. I've had all of my data. I worked at the State Department years ago. I had a TS clearance. That top secret clearance data from the Office of Personnel Management at the federal level was breached by the Chinese. That's a lifelong, they know everything about me type data breach, and those are the kinds of things that really affect folks. And there's almost no recourse. That you might get 1 year of that little data protection thing that tells you if your name appears in the dark web, but that doesn't do a lot to protect. So this bill doesn't directly focus on those data breaches. I think it would tangentially affect that, but it does let you control who has your data, which is going to allow you to control how many places it exists and keep it reined in to diminish the risk of those data breaches.
Yeah, and what's spelled out in the bill would only be as good as enforcement. In one case, if you find a company or somebody doing something wrong, if this became law, they would be required to erase the data. And, is data ever erased? We don't want to head down that wormhole. But I want to get back to the bill. And also, and by the way, we're talking to Senator Chris Rothfuss, Democrat, Laramie committee co-chair, looking into drafting legislation that would be first of its kind, that would protect your own personal property, really. The biometric identifiers, is that going to be ready for prime time? Because I heard Republican Mike Yin, your counterpart, Democrat from Jackson suggesting it might be a lot for the next session. Maybe we tackle the lower hanging fruit, which is the license plate readers, which, the flock thing, unlike your personal data, you've probably voluntarily surrendered just to use an app. Flock is looking at you, and who made that decision? And so what do you think is doable on a timeline?
So that would be a separate bill, and that is we had a bill that was 3 different pieces together. One of them was biometric, the other was included the cameras, and our interest on the committee is to decouple those and just look at the cameras. We know that that's an issue that people are feeling right now. This broader bill on data ownership would address that, but that's got a longer runway, and so we probably won't put all our eggs in that basket. We'll have another bill that directly addresses the camera use. How can we do that in a way that is, again, positive and supportive, where it's useful and helpful for those cases where maybe law enforcement has an Amber Alert, something along those lines. But with those flock cameras, remember, those companies are getting your license plate information continuously. They're putting that in a database, and they'll sell that to the highest bidder. It's not just for law enforcement. It's not just for government use. It's for anybody that wants that data set. And as one of the people testifying said, that explains probably why the cost is so low for us to utilize that data, because the law enforcement isn't necessarily the primary user. It's the ability to get a data set so that I can figure out what vehicle is yours, Jake, and I can know, which days of the week you go to work, what time it's at. I can know everything about you with one of those cameras, and there's nothing you can do about that at this point in time.
Senator Rothfuss, one final thing. I mean, working on this bill, first of its kind means you're flying with no radar, you're driving with no GPS. Speaking of technology, you have no other states really you can look at and say, what have they done? Are you working with LSO? What's the committee do? How do you draft this and present it in a way that you feel like it's pretty buttoned up and it's tight?
Yeah, and honestly, that's been the challenge. We've been talking about this bill for about 7 years, and we've struggled to write it well enough. We've actually had drafts, and we haven't felt good about those drafts yet. I'll note, first of all, that this select committee generally drafts first of its kind legislation, right? Where we work on digital assets, and most of our legislation has been pioneering. We don't get to copy other states. This one's just particularly hard because it's such a big leap into the property realm for data information that as we tried to draft it in the past, we looked to other states and tried to draft based on what California and Colorado and Washington and Connecticut and other states had done, and didn't come up with anything that really worked for us. So honestly, what I did with this is I took every bill that was out there. I took everything I could find on data ownership and property. I fed our statutes on property rights into Claude AI, basically, and did about 30 revisions of drafting this, working with Claude AI to the point where it did what I wanted it to do. And then I had it run scenarios, so it came up with 30 to 35 scenarios of standard use cases for data. I had it run in all of those scenarios to make sure it managed them. And when I got to the point where it did all those things correctly, now I'm taking it. I took it to the committee the other day, showed it to them, and now I'm taking it to LSO to get it drafted into appropriate Wyoming legal speak. So for the next committee, we should have a bill draft that's in Wyoming form, and we'll have something to talk through. And that committee meeting's in September.
Senator Rothfuss, I'm worried that Claude AI probably ratted you out to Zuckerberg.
Absolutely.
Probably said, watch out, this senator is cooking something up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It kept warning me off. No, I'm kidding.
Right. Lead you down the wrong path.
That's right.
Hey, thanks for coming on. This is, it is groundbreaking. That's the word used in the headline.
Exciting.
Have a great day. Cowboy
Bye.
State Daily Show with Jay continues. Final guest is going to be April Joe Jones on the show. We'll do that after this break.
Are you still throwing money at boring advertising that nobody remembers? Cowboy State Daily Radio is where Wyoming talks, laughs, debates, and actually pays attention. Your customers are not only listening, they're talking about the news of the day. So why not put your business in the middle of the conversation? From sponsored interviews to powerhouse statewide campaigns, Cowboy State Daily Radio delivers your message with an exclusive Wyoming reach. Contact Piper Fenimore today at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/team up.
And we're back. Final hour, final guest on a Tuesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. April Jo Jones joins us. April Jo, how's your Tuesday going? Oh, I don't hear you. Sorry, you're muted. I didn't do it. I swear I didn't do it. No, nothing. It shows like your device is definitely muted. I don't know how you unmute a phone, or I would help you. Oh, there.
Better?
There you go. You did it, whatever button you pushed. Perfecto.
All right.
So by the way, we have shared friends on the Facebooks, the Kinsler family. I used to work for Jason. I know Jason. You know Jasmine.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Both of them are amazing.
Yeah. He's not in DuBois any longer. Is he back here in Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I know he was trying to relocate from Riverton, and he was asking me, and I'm like, bring a pile of money, dude. If you want to move to Jackson, I'm like, you better bring a lot of money. And he was, even with the warning, he was shocked. He's like, holy cow, Jackson Hole. And he went, so he made just an interim run in DuBois, where I would love to be in DuBois, except for the wind.
It's amazing.
The wind, April Jo. Right? It's real.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not even going to argue about the wind.
I know you like to get outdoors from stalking you on the internet. All your photos, Lord. You're outside with dog. You're living my life, except for the cleaning. I could not do it. Not many people could do it. Not many do it. April Jo Jones, she's on the show. You probably read the story from Colby Fedor. Du Bois woman specializes in cleaning up hoarder houses. Now, that doesn't fully encompass, I wouldn't call them all hoarder house. They're just homes that have gone beyond. Like, people let them go too far.
Absolutely.
So
it's not it's I mean, there's mixed emotions about it. Some people are like, well, it's totally their fault. And then the reality is it's not. It's really not. Sometimes it's a health issue or whatever the case may be, but it's not always their fault.
I think all of us can imagine a scenario where things can very easily get out of hand, get away from us. We don't have the time. I mean, me right now, I in my rental, I have a toilet, the flush broke on it. So I have to take the lid off, pull the, and do all this until I get it fixed. So the toilet's not what it should be right now. And I imagine the bathroom is the one place you see that goes first.
Oh man. Yes. Yes.
So yeah, let's dig right into it. What about some of the things you've seen? By the way, April Jo Jones does kind of specialize in this extreme cleanouts, let's say, Wyoming property rescue. What are some of the things you've seen? And then again, we want to caution our listeners that, hey, this is not a place to judge how somebody gets there. Because April Jo grew up with firsthand knowledge of how you can get there. So no judgment, no judge, no shade. What are some of the things you've seen that even for you is probably like, oh boy?
I think whenever it gets to the point, like if it's an addict or something like that, there can be a lot of feces everywhere, and it's not just animal, unfortunately. So that, I think that one's the worst for me, especially if there's like kids involved or something like that.
Yeah.
But then your typical hoarder situation where there's no drugs involved, it's usually just a maze. I mean, there's a maze, and it's like they've created their own walls throughout their home, and it's just a maze of magazines or newspapers or plastic Tupperware or mounds of clothes that are covered in mouse droppings. But it's all, we could deal with all of it. So
yeah, it's like sort of like, the frog in the boiling pot of water. Like you could, it doesn't happen overnight. You slowly gets out of hand, and it can become normal to you. Like, yeah, the kitchen's probably a little bad. And, April Jo Jones comes in and says, it's beyond bad. You need a specialist. Yes. But how do you become aware of these situations for the most part? Is each case different? Does sometime a landlord call you in saying, I have a tenant that just left and oh my goodness, I can't even tackle this?
Yes. A lot of the time it's that situation, or someone passes away.
Oh, right.
Or it's gotten to the point that the person has fell in their home and now somebody actually has to step in because their health is, they could die. I mean, they could die in their home and no one would know.
What is the extremeness? Sometimes we have stories of animal hoarders and things have gotten like totally unhealthy, and like hazmat has had to go in. Is it ever that bad, or it's just a matter of this is an extreme clean out?
It's usually not that bad. I mean, there have been situations where there's a lot of cats.
Yeah.
But that's about it. It's usually just the people and their items, but I don't know what it is about the cats. Sometimes it's a lot of cats.
Dude, I know. I got 2 of them I never asked for. They leave hair everywhere, man. Thank goodness they don't.
Chose you.
They don't. Yeah, they chose me. They don't use a litter box. They go outside, which is great. But yeah,
right.
couple 5 cats can really make a difference in a household. No doubt about it.
Oh yeah.
April Joe, tell me about, well, we're sharing some photos of some of your stuff, but to the degree that you want to share, tell me why you're the last person that's ever going to judge. When you walk into a place, in fact, it's in this story right off the bat, Colby Fedor tells it, really perfectly. April Joe doesn't flinch at the sight of extreme filth. She doesn't wrinkle her nose when she walks into a room, seeing flies circling a sink full of moldy plastic containers. She's seen it, and you've lived it. Tell me about that.
I just grew up in and out of different homes, and my mom was an addict. And so a lot of the times we wouldn't have electricity. We didn't have water. I think she put in a picture of the toilet completely full. I've lived it, been there, done that. And it was incredibly embarrassing as a child. No one could come over. If anyone ever saw the house, it was automatically making fun. And it was just bad. So who am I to judge? I've been there, I've lived it, and they're actually asking for help. Like, some of these people are actually asking for help, and that's huge. I'm proud of them.
Yeah. April Joe, so when did this for you become like a job? I don't know if it's like the full time or what, because I know you've got caregiving experience. You've got things you've done in your life for money. When did this become like, I could do this service, fairly regularly?
When we moved to Du Bois 10 years ago, we kind of started it, and then things changed a little bit, and I had all of these other jobs. And then recently I lost my full-time job. And so I have been trying really hard to get more clients, and it's helping for sure. I'm very grateful.
If this sounds like a service you could use, is this Wyoming Property Rescue? That's you?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay. How do we find you? Any of our listeners may have a need. I'm thinking especially those in real estate business and landlords, whatever, homeowners who have a need of an extreme clean out. April Joe Jones will not bat an eye, and she'll get it done. I have the before and after pictures. She's good. How do we get a hold of you?
Everyone can reach me on Facebook. They can call or text me at 307-355-5634, or I'm on Google.
Okay, April Joe, thanks for being on. Hope it is not too windy and never sweat today. I love Du Bois. Did you do the parade and see Dan Stark's tanks and all that stuff?
Absolutely. You feel that rumble under your feet. It's awesome.
Oh, man. All right. Hey, thanks for being on. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
April Joe Jones on the show. Cowboy State Daily. You saw her featured in the Colby Fedor story. And she does extreme cleanouts for when things have gotten well out of hand. Usually hoarder type situations. Could be anything, though, that has just let your home go beyond the pale. April Joe Jones will take care of it. Wyoming Property Rescue. That does it for our Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. Been a fun show today. Thanks for hanging out with us and doing it with us. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great Tuesday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way, Wyoming.